All right, good evening. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's weekend is okay. Before we get started, let's make sure that the sound is good. Make sure you can hear me well, that you can see me well. Give me a one, give me a thumbs up, give me a hello, give me I can hear you. Making sure before we get started that everybody can hear me on tonight. Get your snacks, get a drink. I have mine to my left. Make sure that you use the restroom. Also, let me just go ahead and put out this disclaimer. This is for mature audiences only. This is for mature audiences only. That means if you are not an adult, please exit the chat. Please exit this live stream. The content that will be presented on tonight will be for mature audiences only. And if you are not mature, but you're an adult, then this live is not for you either. So if your ears are easy to bleed, and if you are not able to tolerate or have a palate for what I'm going to be discussing and presenting on tonight, you may want to go ahead and leave now. So let me give you a little bit of time to do that and give you about a minute. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, pretty sure if you have not been under a rock or have not been in these social media streets, then you would not know what's been going on this past 7 days. So, I want to just go ahead and abreast all of you, those of you who are just joining in. There was a live that I did on last Saturday. Had two women that came forward, and I must give them props and give them their respect for the simple fact that they came forward to share their experience, to share their story. But unfortunately, in them sharing their story and sharing their experience, the body of Christ, of which I am a part of, am a fellow brother, fellow co-laborer, did not respond to these women in the way that I would believe and that the way I think Christians should have responded. And with that being the case, people's testimony, people's experience, people's words were basically just disregarded. They were automatically accused of being catfished or being deceived or being whatever the case might be. Deceived, maybe. Catfished without all the evidence, without all the proof. without all of the receipts off of one live, off of one broadcast. Some of you, if not most of you, already rendered judgment, already passed judgment on people without hearing the facts. You, sir, you, ma'am, those of you who will be watching this video later on, if that has been you, and if you are those individuals who have perpetrated that type of behavior against two people without hearing the facts, I'm calling you right now a fool. You're a fool. You are a non-GMO, no additives or preservatives fool. Why? Simple. It's simple. You didn't hear all the facts. The Bible says, test all things, hold fast to that which is true. You tested one live, one broadcast, one episode, and you automatically rendered judgment. So you, sir, you, ma'am, I didn't know that the fourth member of the Trinity lived here on earth. I didn't know that. We bow down to you. We glory in your presence. We sit at your feet. We follow your direction, your leading, O holy fourth member of the Trinity. For it is in you we live and move and have our being, O fourth member of the Trinity. Where can we go apart from your spirit, O fourth member of the Trinity? You are fools. You are just bottom line stupid. Your mouth went too fast and you didn't pump the brakes on your tongue. Instead of waiting, instead of ascertaining all the information, because there is some, matter of fact, there's more than some. And I recall telling you last week, because I was there when I said it, that this is not going to be the only live that is going to go forward. I told you, because I was there when I said it, that I'm giving these women the opportunity, giving these women the platform to share their side, to share what occurred, what happened to them. I made that clear. How you fools, you dummies, you idiots, took one live and then you just basically ran with it. You didn't wait. You didn't ask questions. You just basically assumed that was going to be it. I never said the defense rests or the prosecution rests or whatever legal terminology you want to use. Never said that. Never said that. I said, we're just getting started. That's what I said. This is classic example of what a fool looks like. The Bible says a fool does not delight in understanding, but only in revealing his or her own mind. The Bible says that he who gives an answer before he or she hears all the information, hears all the facts. God says it is a folly and a shame to them. The Bible says the first one to present his case or her case seems right. They're always going to be seen as the hero or as the victim in certain, if not most cases. But another comes along and questions him or her. The Bible says, do not present or cast judgment before the time, but wait until the Lord comes, who will reveal. That's what my Bible says. And maybe we have a different Bible. Maybe we don't read the same book. And I'm pretty sure last week is what I'm getting drawing my conclusion from. Let me just say this at the outset. If you don't like what I'm saying, I never called for you. I never walked up to your door. I never knocked on your door and told you to come join my live. You came because you wanted to be here, whether you are a market site or whether you are a supporter of this ministry. You came out of your own volition. Therefore, you know what you're getting when you come over here. I don't serve sugar smacks. I serve spicy food over here. So whatever I say, by God's grace, I strive to back it up with book, chapter, and verse. Now, you don't have to care for my style. You know what? Don't care for your style. But you know what? That makes the body of Christ unique. But when I find brothers and sisters in the faith, those who I have done either ministry with or either have helped them in their ministry or either helped them jumpstart their ministry and then they turn and renege on a Negro, it shows me something. It shows me something. It shows me that you don't know me. It shows me that you don't know what I do. Anything that I produce, I try to produce receipts with it. And in this situation is no exception. Everything that I'm going to be stating is going to be basically alleged, but I'm going to be presenting to you a preponderance of evidence. Preponderance of evidence. In other words, I'm going to present a pattern of behaviors, statements, things of that nature, and let you, based on the information, you be the judge of that. Now, before I present my information, I need to clean house a little bit. I need to clean house a little bit. Some of you, after I present this information, you're going to owe me an apology. And you're not just going to owe me an apology, you're going to owe these women an apology as well, too. Well, why do I say that? Because you don't have all the information, and I do. And the information that I do have, I'm going to present most of it tonight. I'm going to try to. And then continue it on, just like I did with G. Craig Lewis. This is no different. Just like I did with G. Craig Lewis. It wasn't a one-hitter quitter. It wasn't a one-time thing. I dealt with it until the Lord led me not to deal with it anymore at that time. He had me focus on other things. And that's what I'll be doing here. Now, if you don't like it, if you think that I don't teach anything else, then you definitely don't know my ministry. And I know you haven't been to sermon audio. And every time I put my camera on and I'm in front of this screen, I'm teaching the word of God, either in precept, principle, or pattern of practice. So I have a couple questions to ask those of you who have jumped the gun and had a spiritual temper tantrum because you didn't get what you wanted last week. And so you hopped on your platforms, you hopped on your lives, and you call yourself trying to blast me. You call yourself trying to tell people not to follow me, or you told people that I was wrong and that this was a mess. I'm going to address the mess situation in just a minute. But for those of you who rushed, for those of you who ran your mouth, for those of you who think and believe that you had all the information, but you don't have 1,308 files in your possession for Marcus Rogers. I know you don't have them. It was given to me. It was entrusted to me, so I know you don't have them. But those of you who like to rush the judgment and like you did on me, I just have a question to ask you. Simple question. Whatever happened to wait until all the facts come out? You ever remember that? Remember when people got shot? Remember when a white police officer would shoot a black man and Democrats in the media would automatically rush to judgment and say it was murder? And those of you who would be thinking with common sense, as you should, Those of you right leaning or right wing thinking or conservative, or even more importantly, Christians, you basically said, hey, wait a minute, we don't have all the information. We don't have all the facts. We need to wait. I know it looks this way. I know it looks that way. But we need to wait. Let's not pronounce judgment on something that we do not have all the facts to. Oh, I know you said it because I've seen all of you when situations like that pop off. Somebody gets shot and killed. Automatically, the media would just come out and say, yep, they're trying to kill black people. They're trying to kill black people. And we know it's a lie. We know it's a lie. But what would happen? We would have people that would say, let's wait until the facts come out. Let's pause. I know it looks bad. I know it does. I know it does. He didn't have to shoot that boy, or he didn't have to kill that man. He didn't have to murder him like that. All that emotion and all that quick judgment and rushing to judgment. And we would say, let's wait. Here's my question. Why y'all didn't do that to me? Is wait till all the facts come out only applicable to people that you like? I'm just asking. Because when I read my Bible, when I read the scriptures, when I read Proverbs 18:13, Proverbs 18:17, when I read 1 Corinthians 4:5, when I read Proverbs 19:2, I'm just asking, why do we get the liberty to act as though we know more than God does? And so therefore, that person doesn't have enough evidence. That person doesn't have any facts. So when a person says, I had sex with this individual, and then they prove that they've had sex with that individual, and they prove it in such a way that a woman who knows their man would know, well, dang, she must be onto something. Don't think I don't have that information. I have it. What I'll be presenting tonight is statements, text messages, inboxes, voice recordings. You know, the information that some of you fools didn't wait for? Yeah, that. And so after the end of this live, once the information is presented, I'm going to be expecting an apology. And you know what? It is biblical for me to expect that because I have been falsely accused and sinned against. Therefore, as brothers and sisters in Christ, the Bible says, according to Luke chapter 17, verse 3 and 4, if your brother sins, rebuke him. If he repents, forgive him. So I'm going to tell you right now, once I present this information, and those of you who have went on your live streams or went on your channels and falsely accused me, I'm gonna be more gracious than you were to me. I'm gonna give you a week to make it right. You got 7 days to make it right. And then once the 7 days has expired and I don't get the apology, I don't get a public statement of apology the same way that energy that you brought out, falsely accusing me and questioning my integrity, because you didn't get what you wanted, therefore it was false, it wasn't enough information, I'll be coming and responding to you, period. Now, with that being said, I want to share my screen. And what I want to do, and I have 381 slides. 381 slides. 381. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because in order to get through all this mess that you guys, that some of you ladies call mess, I just have another question to ask you. What do you call what God did to Ezekiel in Ezekiel 8? Oh, I know some of y'all didn't read it. Let me go there. Ezekiel chapter 8. Since some of you think that I don't teach Bible, I don't know where you get that from, but that's fine. Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 6. The Bible says, and he said to me, Son of man, do you see what they are doing, the great abominations which the house of Israel are committing? That I should be far from my sanctuary, but yet you will see greater abominations. Then he brought me into the entrance of the court, and when I looked, behold, a hole in the wall. And he said to me, Son of man, now dig through the wall. So I dug through the wall, and behold, an entrance. And he said to me, go in and see the wicked abominations. It sounds messy to me. Go and see the wicked abominations that they are committing here. And so I entered and looked, and behold, every form of creeping things and beasts and detestable things, which all the idols of the house of Israel were carved on the wall all around. And standing in front of them were 70 elders of the house of Israel. And Jaazaniah, the son of Shaphan, standing among them, each man with his censer in his hand, and the fragrance of the cloud of the incense rising. Then he said to me, Son of man, do you see the elders of the house of Israel committing in the dark, each man in the room of his carved images? For they say, the Lord doesn't see us. The Lord has forsaken the land. And he said to me, yet you will see greater abominations which they are committing. Then he brought me to the entrance of the gate of the Lord's house, which was toward the north. And behold, women were sitting there weeping for Tammuz. And he said to me, do you see this, son of man? Yet you will see greater abominations than these. Then he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house. And behold, at the entrance of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men with their backs to the temple of the Lord and their faces toward the east. And they were prostrating themselves eastward toward the sun. And he said to me, do you see this, son of man? Is it too light a thing for the house of Judah to commit the abominations which they have committed here, that they have filled the land with violence and provoked me to repeatedly? For behold, they are putting the twig to their nose. Therefore, I indeed shall deal in wrath. My eye will have no pity, nor shall I spare. And though they cry in my ears with a loud voice, yet I shall not listen to them. It sounds kind of messy that God commissioned Ezekiel to deal with some mess amongst his people. Some of you are acting as though God doesn't commission people to deal with messy or messed up situations. Well, sin, it can be messy. Paul says that there must be factions and divisions among you, so that those who are approved may be made known unto you. There are times where things can get messy. There are times where things can get, as we may think, seemingly out of control. But God is never out of control, and God puts people in place to deal with those things because he has equipped them to deal with it. Jude 22, Jude 22 and 23. And have mercy on some who are doubting, save others, snatching them out of the fire, and on some have mercy with fear, hating even the garment polluted by the flesh. Well, wait a minute. Lord, you're telling us that as Christians that we are supposed to deal with three kinds of people? Yeah. Have mercy on those who are doubting. Those are the confused. Those are the confused, diakrino. He says, save others, snatching them out of the fire. What kind of people are those? Those are the convinced or the deceived people. So you have those who are doubting. They're not really sure. You don't go hard at them because they have questions. They may have seen something or heard something or been a part of a ministry or followed a particular person, but they're still learning. They're still trying to grasp this doctrine thing. The text says here, have mercy on those who are doubting. Verse 23, and these are all imperatives. This is Jude verse 23, Jude verse 22 and 23. He says, have mercy on those who are doubting, save others, verse 23, snatching them out of the fire. Notice, snatching, not singing to them, not wooing to them like Jeffrey Osborne. No. You have to now be somewhat forceful. It's like pulling and dragging them out of a burning building. So yeah, they may get scrapes, they may get some abrasions, they may hurt themselves, but did you die? Did you die though? Yeah, you may have some splinters in your arm because you got pulled out of the window. Maybe some cuts. But did you die though? Did you burn up? He says, snatching them out of the fire. And then he says, on some have mercy with fear. Who are these kinds of people? Oh, these are the devoted ones. So you have the doubtful, you have the deceived, you have the devoted. You have the confused, you have the convinced, and you have the committed. And God tells us, and it requires discernment on how we are to deal with these kinds of people. This third class of people, the text says that we are to have mercy with fear. Notice, hating even the garment polluted by the flesh. Look what the text says in verse 23. He says, hating even the garment. Ketone. The garment. It's the undergarment. And notice it says polluted by the flesh. Spilao, spotted, stained. Flesh, it is sarx. Where we can get the word sarcasm from. It's the cutting of the flesh. He says, in other words, getting these people out is going to be messy. And you got to be careful that that mess don't get on you, but still go in and deal with the mess. See, this is why some of you will never be spiritual garbage men or spiritual garbage women. Why? Because you complain about the mess, but you do nothing to clean up the mess. It stinks, but you do nothing. You don't even spray potpourri around that mug. You just complain. You just talk. And while the mess piles up, and while the flies and everything else gets around it, you just sit around and talk. And then when those who are getting their hands dirty, those who are putting on a protective gear, those who are getting into those dirty places and putting in the work, you want to tell them how to be garbage men. But you've never picked up any trash. Matter of fact, you make trash. You do nothing. But you want to tell people who God has committed and whose God has commissioned to deal with trash, to deal with the dirt, to deal with the crud, to deal with those things that can cause them now to harm themselves. But they're committed to do it because they're trying to help other people. What do? You just basically, you complain. You question the ones that God have commissioned to deal with trash. This is not for the weak. This is not for the sloppy. This is not for the passive. This is not for the timid. This is not for the sometimey. I'm talking to people who know that what we're dealing with now, we're dealing with souls. So when I bring people and they come and they cam up and they deal with issues, these issues are going to be messy. These issues may stink, but you know what? God has called me to deal with it. So let's deal with it. I'm going to respond to the video that I did on last week. I already got it queued up. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm only going to respond to the segment where Marcus Rogers came on. No one will be camming up tonight because I have a lot of information to cover. And with that information I have to cover, there's going to be my commentary regarding it as well too. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see what we got here. All right. close this one out. Hold on. Got this here. Let me cancel and start over again. All right, let me find it. I think I may have closed it out accidentally. So give me 1 minute here. Oh, here we go. It's down here. Duh. All right. So let me share my screen again. All right, there it is. I know why it took a while to populate. So here we go. All right, thank you. All right, now y'all should see that, right? All right. Okay, so let me go ahead and also open up the. Let me open my other one here. And let me share this one real quick. I'm gonna do that one here. I was trying to share 2 screens, so bear with me. Share this screen. I'll share the video first. That's what I do. All right. All right. So as you can see here, at the 122.27 mark, technically 122.25 mark, Marcus Rogers joins the discussion. And let me say this as well. I'm aware that there could have been things done differently. I'll say this off the top. I should have, when Marcus came on and called me a homosexual, I should have immediately muted him. Now, my brother, Montana Viking, said he would have kicked him out. And then when he was able to grow up and become a man and stop acting like a little boy, he said he can go check out Montana Viking's video. He did a great job with that. Very fair, very balanced job. But he said as soon as Marcus Rogers would have came with the insults, he just would have muted him. That's the first thing. Secondly, I could have muted them sooner. I thought at the time that there could have been, passionate, but not such as a volatile discussion as it was on really Marcus's part. Now, given that Carissa was speaking and talking and kind of like interrupting. If you heard in the video, I told her, I said, Carissa, Carissa. So when she was quiet, Marcus goes in and calls her all kinds of names. Calls her a demon, calls her a devil. I'm not sure I think he may have called her a witch, whatever the case might be. But nonetheless, those terms were totally unnecessary to use because she didn't call him a name. But even with that, I muted it. I muted both of them. Muted her later after he came back, after he was able to talk. And so I'm just going to go ahead and go from there, and we'll and I'll comment, and then also share some information in response to what Marcus Rogers said. All right, so here we go. Oh, Marcus. Finally, I got you here. Welcome.
What's up, man?
All right, you gonna look me in the eyes this time? You gonna talk? You gonna look away from the camera? I need you to look me in the eyes, bro. Now, let me just go ahead and stop right there. There was a reason why I said for him to look me in my eyes, because if anyone knows, Marcus Rogers does not look people in the eyes when they're talking. This was the first time that I seen him even do that, and I think he only did it because I had already challenged him and told him I need to see his eyeballs. I wanted him to look me in the eyes when we're talking. So that's where that came from. I'm right here.
Where your eyes at? I told you I was coming. I ain't had nothing to hide.
Well,
come on with it.
You obsessed with me, bro. You must be a homosexual. So I had nothing to hide. I'm coming up.
So now, automatically, I mean, he hadn't even been in the live for 1 minute, 30 seconds, if that, and already with the insults. Now, again, I could have just go ahead and shut him down. But here's what I know about some of you. Had I had done that, had I kicked him out, it would have been a problem. So let's not even act as though it wouldn't have been, because we knew it would have been. It would have been an issue. It would have been a problem. Oh, you're not being gracious. Oh, you just let one insult go, whatever like that. Yeah. But I let it ride. Now, it's interesting. I'll say this. It's interesting that he calls me a homosexual. That's interesting. And here's why it's interesting. Let me explain why it's interesting. It's interesting to me. Because here's what I've realized, and just want to share it with you. Just want to share it with you. If you're calling me, homosexual, and saying, that I'm a low-key homosexual and stuff like that, here's where. No, by the way, need to put the copyright disclaimer up there. Fair use. All right. So we'll make sure that that's clear. But here's the interesting thing, because as I was, going through my receipts, just happened to remember that when he came on the live, when Marcus came on the live, I noticed that he did not say anything about these allegations about this Twitter post that he allegedly put up back in 2012. 2012, I think it was. Let me see. 2012. Where is it at? Yeah, here we go. So he didn't say anything about this post here. Now, I'm just saying, if someone puts out information about me, or if there's a picture or a post or a tweet of me being allegedly homosexual or gay, whatever the case might be, that would have been the first thing, the very first thing that I would have addressed. I'm talking about right out the chute. We're not talking about Carissa. We ain't talking about nobody else. Hey man, listen, we need to address this situation right here. This Twitter pic or whatever the case might be. That ain't me. Now, here's my thing. Before Marcus Rogers became popular, I don't see why, that would have been an issue at the time, because nobody knew him. Marcus was not popular. He was not known until 2015, give or take. And so he basically, was under the radar, if you will. And so I'm just asking the question, why wasn't that addressed? Why did he automatically come after Carissa with such with such vehemence? Just a question. Just a question. But let's get back to this. Let's get back to this video. And oh, by the way, you can go to, I think it's called, what is it called? Mark Rogers J on Twitter. And you can see the Twitter pic right there. And I put the Twitter pic up on yesterday. Here's another one. Here's a pic right there. Royal Ruckus Mark. Royal Ruckus Mark Twitter. That's the pic there. Now again, that would have been the first thing that I would have addressed. That would have been the first thing I would have addressed. Y'all say y'all can't see. Y'all can't see the slide. It's right there. I'm looking right at it. It's right there. Can y'all see the slides? Because I'm looking at it on the screen. Y'all say y'all can't see it? How y'all can't see the slide? Hold on. How you can't see the slide? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But let me blow it up again. Let me make sure y'all see it then. How about that? Let me make sure you see it. How about that? Is that better? Is that better? Now, I asked women who allegedly were with Marcus, and I shared that with them and asked them, who is that? Do they believe that that's him? They said, yeah, that's definitely him. They said, that's definitely him. And if you open up the link speaks and says that openly gay U.S. soldier fighting for the rights of gays in the military. And this is in 2012. 2012. That would have been the first thing that yours truly would have addressed before anything else would have came out of my mouth about this situation. But I'm just saying, that's just me. So I'm going to be toggling also, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be toggling between screens. So it's going to take a minute to populate it because I have to share screens as well. So let me go ahead and close this part out and then go back to the video here.
You ain't have nothing to prove. So Carissa, are you going to tell them about how you showed up? Are you going to tell them? Can I talk? It's my turn.
We haven't said anything. Go ahead.
With it.
All right. You say that you got these messages, right? You say for their protection, you're blocking out the name, but you got their names on here. That don't make sense. Carissa, why don't you tell them when you showed up when I was preaching at the church in Tennessee what happened? And we called the police on you. And my ex-wife was there. And the same thing. Can I talk? Are you gonna let me talk? Are you gonna let me talk?
No, you got the floor.
So
but don't make up lies and false accusations.
So I'm going to stop right there before the argument starts. Now, you heard what Marcus said, right? He said, tell them what happened when you came to Tennessee and started a ruckus and all that kind of stuff. That's what he said, right? He said that. Is that what he said? I need to make sure everybody in the chat heard what he said. Is that what he said? Yes or no? Did he say that? Did he say that? Holy chaos. I will stand corrected. Allegedly, you guys better get your gender pronouns right. He wasn't gay. He was bisexual. Based on the statements of others, allegedly, that's what was said as well too. All right. So that's what he said, right? Okay. Oh, Tabitha is coming. That question will be answered, Lord willing, tonight. Lord willing, tonight, that question will be answered. Okay. So let me go to again. Let me toggle back to these slides. Make sure that that I share with you the receipts, because that's what we came to do, right? Came to see the receipts. Okay, so let's see the receipts then. All right, so let's get out of this one. And let's see what we're looking for here. Let's find, yes. Let me slide down here to slide 350, I believe. I know here's the other one, by the way. Let me bring it down. That's the other one. That's 2012. That's what it says. 2012. His other tweet right there, new to this Twitter thing, holla at your boy. That's in March 7th of 2012. But let's go to slide 350. Let's see. No, I want 350. I want 160. Let's try this one. Hold on. Yes. Okay. All right. Yep. This is part of it right here. So let's go ahead and let's see here. All right. This is from one of the ex-wives. Let me blow this up for you for a second. Okay. Let me blow this up for you for a second. All right. So this is from the ex-wife, one of his ex-wives, and actually this is from the ex-wife that he claimed that was there at the time of the incident when it occurred in Tennessee. Okay. So she says this. Yeah, she had too many details. The she that she's referring to is Carissa. I knew she wasn't off. I think he took money from her. I meant they helped me leave, and it's a cross conversation there that she was answering. He at one point found my bag to leave him and kidnapped my daughter for almost a week. He took her to a motel at first, then he housed with, their name was redacted. When money got low, he knew I wouldn't leave her behind and just take our son. He is literally not a good person. This is from the same ex. I just randomly remembered when my ex woke me up in the middle of the night just to argue and was like, "You want to hit me? Don't you want to hit me? Don't you? Yeah, go ahead and hit me so I can call the MPs and get the kids." Wow, my blank was in hell and I didn't even know it. And you see some of the comments there at the bottom. Samson Hill says, "Who, the YouTube preacher?" And the ex says, "Yep." Just give me a little sample. She says, "Wow, I didn't see that. Thank you for telling me. He is clearly not well. I'm getting a restraining order against him. I don't know who you are, but I'm extremely happy you came to me with this. Marcus has been living foul for a very long time. In order to protect my two children with him, I haven't spoken my side or at all about him. Everything he does is for attention. He craves it. He's a fraud, big time." This is from the ex. He preaches all of this stuff, but behind closed doors, he is a completely different person. He is a scam, which is why I took my two children and left. And on the right, it says it angered my wife about the video that he had a case against him, and the woman says, "Wow, he had her on video. He's talking about her daughter. I'm so angry right now. The gloves are off. He won't tell his followers that he put me through a wall when we lived on Fort Campbell." And some of these things may be repeated once I present the rest of the slides. He won't tell people that he cheated with a private and took her to the ball and gave me chlamydia. He is a scam artist. He raised money in the name of Ali, then used it to buy that car and furniture. He claims God told him to do it. He is sick. You see the commentary here. For money no less, he has a 23-year-old girlfriend now, and I wish someone could show her. This was during a time when she was going through the divorce with Marcus allegedly, and Marcus has a 23-year-old girlfriend. I'm not sure if this is the one he's with now, but the ex here says he has a pattern. He gets women who do not have a good relationship with their dad. He told me he called her dad an idiot in front of her. I'm like, how can you disrespect someone's father and they let you? That's when I knew she was off. He blocks people that know him. He's been blocked by me for years now. He doesn't even have my personal number. I only allow him to contact me through email. And you see there. But notice that the initial comment, the woman, the ex, said that Carissa knew too much. That was the point I want you to know. She said that she knew too much. She knew too much. So you put your wife through a wall, allegedly. Allegedly. You put her through a wall. And if you think that is rumor, there's documentation. There's documentation from his discharge papers, which I had already presented and released on prior videos as well, showing that he was discharged. He was given a general under honorable conditions for domestic violence. And also for the death of Ali, Specialist Ali, which I'll be discussing in the near future. But let's get back to the video. And the purpose of why I'm doing this, for those of you, since I know that you support his doctrine, I'm just asking, how can you sit under a pastor that allegedly beats women and abuses women, allegedly? Just saying. When the text makes it clear that the pastor, in order for him to teach in God's house, his house must be in order. That's 1 Timothy 3, those of you who don't understand what the qualifications of a pastor is. 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1 through 7, Titus 1, 5 through 9, and 1 Peter 5, 1 and 2. But let's get back to the video. Because he asked her the question, right? What happened? Tell him what happened. Okay. Well, based on the information here that I received from witnesses, I'm just giving you the preponderance of evidence. Are all these people lying on the same person in different situations? You have to look at the information. You have to look at the information. Let's see. Maybe a little bit off on my count here. Oh, yeah, that's another situation. Yeah, hold on for that one. Yeah, just hold tight for that one. All right, let's get back to the video.
Are you gonna let me talk or not?
Go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead.
Let's go.
All right. And so I came out to the parking lot, and you waited for everybody to leave, and you ran up on me. I said, "How you doing, Steph? Are you gonna let me talk?"
She was just asking you a question, Marcus. She was asking you a question. She said, "Who else was there?"
Who was I speaking with?
The whole church was there. Pastor Sean, my ex-wife, everybody.
What about Tabitha? What about Tabitha?
Tabitha who? Are you gonna let me talk?
Okay, so he said Tabitha who? Okay. Tabitha who is what he said. Who's Tabitha, right? We all have been asking that question, who's Tabitha? He said he doesn't know who Tabitha is. Okay. What about Tabitha? Why is Tabitha's name coming up in this conversation? Why does Carissa mention Tabitha? Well, I'm gonna have to go ahead and just show you the slides, right? Yeah, Mariah, I hope I said your name right. Look at his face. He clearly knows who Tabitha is. So yeah, let me just go ahead and let's talk about who Tabitha is. Let me go ahead and pull up the slides here then. Who's Tabitha? Well, because everybody mentioned it. I mean, everybody heard it. Who's Tabitha? So let's find out who Tabitha is. As soon as my share screen stops tripping. Yeah, Tabitha, Ashley Lowry said it's not me. Okay. And I have my screen right here. So why is it not showing it here? Let me try it again. All right. If for some reason my screen toggles in and out, so just bear with me, y'all. I got it back here now. All right. Okay. So let's see who Tabitha is. Let's see if I can find the right slide here. Let me scroll down. And then I also have another element for you as well too here. All right. That's Tabitha, ladies and gentlemen. Tabitha McKinney is her name. Tabitha McKinney is the name. Okay. And that's another X here. Let me put it back on Tabitha again here. That's another relationship. Here we go. This is Keith Robinson. Who is Keith Robinson, you may ask? Keith Robinson is the ex-husband of Tabitha McKinney. Quote, a match made in hell. Marcus Rogers, age 32. Tabitha McKinney, 46 years old. Marcus is a con man, better known as a catfish. Tabitha is one of the most naive women on earth. In other words, stupid as they are planning on getting married in June. And you see the information there. Let me move this picture up, and then you can see the floral arrangements for a wedding. That's the picture there. Let me zoom it back out and go to another slide. Here's a text message between Marcus and allegedly, and between Marcus and Tabitha. Okay, my love, I can't wait till you become Tabitha Rogers. I'm a C. Yes, my love, you're a spoil. I know, baby kiss, and the commentary there. How's Tabitha? Conversation between two other people supposed to be getting married this week. To who? Marcus Rogers. They're getting married. So notice if you go back to the first post, this is the husband or ex-husband at the time, and he puts up a post regarding this relationship between Marcus and Tabitha, allegedly. And to my knowledge, based on the conversations I've had with several women, the my love and things of that nature are terms that he uses for all the women. Just giving you information as I've received it. Let's scroll down to some more. And let me answer your question here. You say allegedly because I wasn't there. That's why I say allegedly. Now, these women were there. They don't have to say allegedly. That's like if I'm at some place and then someone tell me where you were yesterday, a day later, I don't have to say I was allegedly there. No, I was there because I was there. That's why. Yes, Pocahontas. Even the ex-husband knows this dude, and just wait. There's more. Trust me, there's more. So let me go ahead and scroll through the rest of the screenshots here for who is Tabitha. So again, that's our picture here in the red, that's circled. That's the husband's or ex-husband's statement. You see the text messages there. He says, what day? That's why she's in Texas. Okay, you mean Tennessee. That's where I met Marcus. She with him now. He just wrote me around 1 a.m. Eastern time. They spent the night at a motel neighbors in Texas. Unfortunately, there was a situation that caused this man, Keith Robinson, the ex or whatever, to be arrested, and that post was placed there. But let me go down to 349, I believe, based on my notes. Let's bring this down a little bit. As you can see, this is from Carissa, and she's responding to this situation here. Let me go back. I got everything now. I've been gathering all my evidence all day and witnesses as well. I have way more. These are the messages he sent me after I left Tennessee. What messages is she talking about? These messages right here. Let me open them up a little bit. These are the messages that allegedly Marcus Rogers sent to Carissa when he was mentioning it in the video. So I hope you can see it. What I do. Put it back up. Is it up? Thank you. Quit tripping. Jeez. All right. Okay. So as you can see, I have a church I'm going to. What's it called, Marcus? Apostolic Faith. Where is it? The location. Marcus allegedly answers Chicago. Where did we first meet? Marcus answers allegedly Facebook. Honey, please understand me. I love you wholeheartedly. I promise to make you happy for the rest of your life. LOL. When we get married. when we get married. Smiley faces. We are already engaged. I really want to get close to you at the top on the right-hand corner of the screen. Thanks, development dad. Thank you, brother. I thought it was just me. I can't stop thinking about you. I'm truly in love with you. Believe me, you do, but you don't want me. She says, you need me, but you don't trust me. He says, honey, I'm sorry for everything. I love you. I trust you. Back and forth. He says, LOL. I can't wait to see you, my queen lion. Are you there? Are you there? And notice at the bottom bottom right-hand corner of the screen, I will make it much larger for you. That way I can raise it up and have it right there. So notice, look at the date. Missed call from Marcus. Now, if you think that she's being catfished, I can't help you. I'm just giving you the information that has been stated. Okay, just giving you information that's been stated. The ex-wife said that Carissa knew too much. That's what the ex-wife said. The ex-wife said she knew too much. Knew too much of what? Well, remember in the recording, he said that she accused him of knowing what his privates look like. Well, if you remember the last live, she described it. Some of you took offense to it, but when you want details, you want facts, you don't have time to be nice about it. You want the information, you want the truth. And so she allegedly described it, and she gave the information. And the ex-wife at the time said that she knew too much. That's what she said. Let me go ahead and let me see. Where else do we need to go? Okay. Let me go ahead and try one more. Stop sharing this one. Let me go ahead and try another clip. Try another clip of the video here. And ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to like it. Just give you information as it's been given to me. I mean, remember, you said that I didn't have any facts, right? That's what you said. Didn't have any proof. Didn't have any evidence. Hold on. Marcus, listen to me.
What's up, man?
Listen to me, dude. She asked you a question. She said, Tabitha.
Hold on.
Marcus, hold on, dog. Hold on, dog. Hold on. Let me see if I can scroll forward a little bit. Hold on. Okay, then go there. If we're going to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. I just muted him, so that's what I did. Marcus, I need you to listen to me. Are you listening to me? Just give me a 1. Just give me a 1. Okay, thank you. Carissa, are you listening to me? Give me a 1, ma'am. Give me a 1. Give me a 1. Give me a 1. Okay, thank you. All right, listen. We can have a conversation. We are adults. Marcus, she asked you a clear question. She said, Tabitha, who's Tabitha? And then you leaned into the camera and you said, Tabitha. So you heard the question, Marcus. So now I'm just asking you to answer the question. Who is she saying about who is Tabitha? Answer the question, please.
That's what I'm saying. Tabitha who? I don't know who she's talking about.
Okay, so now allow her. So he said, now I had asked him to allow her to respond. And of course, there's a little bit of back and forth there. But so notice he's denying who Tabitha is. Based on the information, based on the receipts, if you will, allegedly, there will be some conflict in one's story, to say the least. So let me do this. I'm going to stop sharing this one. And now I'm going to play the audio of the ex-husband or ex-husband to be. And then that way you can hear what he has to say regarding the situation. Again, doing a lot of toggling because of the information I'm trying to present here. All right. Y'all see that? The gentleman's name at the top right. I mean, at the top of the screen. Let me enlarge it. Let me enlarge it. At the top of the screen, his name is Keith. And notice what the statement says. I sent her that and she went off. She wasn't happy with him. He told her not to talk to me after all that. Let's see. The rest of this text is kind of hard to read. But the statement or the audio is not. So let me go ahead and play that. Let me stop right there. I'm trying to read some of the comments here. I don't care anymore. Just hope she is safe and careful with him. You still there? This is the guy responding. And he says, yep. I just had something to do. I know you really don't know me, but I'm not a bad guy. I took care of Tabitha 11 years, always on my own business. When I met Tabitha, she was prostituting, working a strip club, sold crack cocaine. She's staying with her mother. But let me play the rest of the audio. Because he says he doesn't know who Tabitha is. Well, let's see what the husband says. You go back a little bit so you can read some of the comment. Okay, so when she told me all this, give me that number. That's why I don't think they had sex unless it was recent. If they had sex, what it mean to you? Give me her telephone number and new website number. I would have to find it, but I would get in the middle of that because honestly, it's her business. If she wants to deal with him after all of that, she really knows all he does, at least most, is really none of a business anymore and so forth. Remember, read the rest of the behind the arrow. He says, give me the telephone number. I won't tell her where I got it from. This is the number that you call, so forth. All right, I'm just gonna let it play now.
Talk on the phone, we can talk a lot better. This thing here, texting and stuff, it take too much time. Plus, I was doing something down here at the courthouse trying to sign papers for this divorce thing. As soon as they divorced, they're supposed to be getting married. When I heard what he told her, I don't know what's going on. He sent her flowers. I'm going to see you a picture of it. He sent her flowers and sending her money at the Western Union. And I even talked with her mother about it. Her mother said, yeah, I carried her down there. He's sending her money and everything. They're going to move somewhere. I don't know what it is. If I ever see that son, I'm going to kill it.
Now, that's what the ex allegedly said. He said, can I play it again? Yeah, I'll play it again. I'll play it again. I'll try to turn it up a little bit louder. He started back here. Let me share the screen again. And again, he said he doesn't know her. Allegedly.
Talk on the phone, we can talk a lot better. This thing here, texting and stuff, it take too much time. Plus, I was doing something down at the courthouse trying to sign papers for this divorce thing. As soon as they divorced, they're supposed to be getting married. When I heard what he told her, I don't know what's going on. He sent her flowers. I'm seeing a picture of it. He sent her flowers and sending her money at the Western Union. And I even talked with her mother about it. The mother said, yeah, I can't her down there. He's sending her money and everything. They're going to move somewhere. I don't know what it is. If I ever see that something, I'm going to kill it.
So again, just sharing information. Just sharing information. Marcus said he does not know who Tabitha is. If you don't know, if a man does not know who a person is, then why would a man want to do harm to another man for not knowing who another person is? Allegedly. I believe this audio was I think around 2017, 2018. I'm not really sure, but he was married. We do know that. He was definitely married. Let's see if I can go back to I'm trying to go back to the video and then try to play go back to the video and then present the slides. It should be after that. Because again, I'm not gonna go through the whole entire segment because you pretty much know that was how that ended. But I wanted to play the statements that Marcus had made. And one of the statements that he made was about his IG account as well. He said his IG account, if it doesn't come from, he had said Marcus, he gave the title of the video of his IG page, and so we're going to see if that's exactly what it is. All right, so let me look at another slide here and make sure I got that queued up and ready. Slides are kind of slow here. Yes, there it is right there. Okay. All right. So let me go here and let's see. Let's share screen again. And we're going to do the tab here. Go back to the video and we'll let it play. Allow her to respond. Allow her to respond. Or read. You got to read it.
Are you gonna let me finish my story or not? Why are y'all trying to keep me from telling my story?
Marcus, you can finish the story. So as you can see, Carissa's putting up the Keith Robinson post. Now I know that was kind of annoying to a lot of people, and she explained that that's why she did it. So when the video had paused or when there's a still frame, you can kind of read who Tabitha McKinney is and who Keith Robinson is in their relationship and how that was in regards to Marcus Rogers allegedly. So that's the reason why she put it up on the screen that way.
Why can't you mute her mic and let me talk? And then she can say whatever she wants. I've been listening to them for an hour, bro.
Hey Marcus, I'm the one talking right now. She hasn't said a word.
I was the one talking, and y'all acting like a female.
I'm talking now.
Y'all asked me to come on and let me talk.
And we'll let you come on. But I'm asking you to answer the question. She's showing you who's Tabitha. So Carissa, read the statement. I need you to show the screen. Good. Read the statement. But so here's the thing. So my thing about that whole issue was, he said he didn't know who Tabitha was and was trying to get better understanding of that. But when things are in the moment, I guess he felt he already answered it allegedly. Statement, and then you can respond, Marcus. Read the statement, please, Carissa.
I want him to go ahead and talk. He's acting like we're not letting him speak. The floor is.
So notice in the video, she clearly said she deferred. She deferred back to Marcus and let him talk, right? She let him talk. Notice the whole time though, even in the back and forth that they had, she never called this man out of out of her name. What would make a person respond to an individual like that? I mean, just right out the gate, allegedly. I don't know. Go ahead.
All right. So the first encounter I had with her, bro, she came to a church, one of the first places I preached when I was in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. I was preaching and I felt some kind of demonic presence on the other side of the door. And I look and she's recording me with a camera.
So notice another insult, another jab, another term of disrespect. I mean, just notice how he's just calling her names and acting as though he's being spiritual. Notice that. She never called him out of his name. I want that to be noticed. He calls her a demon and then says that her presence is demonic.
Are you gonna let me talk?
Go ahead, Marcus. You should be able to talk, bro, without even. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna just keep talking.
If that distracts you, then you got issues.
It sounds really messy coming through my phone, so I just want people to hear clearly.
Go ahead, man.
She's recording me. She's recording me. And I just keep preaching. So after the service, I go outside, right, and I'm talking to different people like I always do. I'm greeting people. She's literally pacing on the other side of the parking lot, going back and forth. Every time somebody would leave, right, she would start coming closer. But when somebody else would come up, she would back off. So she waited until everybody almost was gone, and she approaches me. And I say, "How you doing, sister in Christ? God bless you." And this is literally what happened. She says, "Oh, you're going to act like you just don't know me?" And she starts rolling her head and all this kind of stuff. So I said, "Hold up, ma'am. Let me get the pastor." So I call the pastor, and the pastor comes over. And she starts making all these accusations. She said, "You put cameras in my house. You've been watching me." Mind you, this is when I'm still with my ex-wife. She says, "Oh," and she says, "Oh, you sent me a picture of your stuff." I said, "Ma'am," I said, "show the picture to my ex-wife and she can confirm right now in front of the pastor whether it's mine or not." She said, "Oh, my phone is dead. It's deleted." Right? Same stuff that she's doing now. I said, "Ma'am, I'm telling you, you're probably getting scammed. There's a lot of fake profiles." I'm going to tell you straight up, bro, this is the truth. Every church I travel to, there are women that pop up and I have to show them. If it didn't come from Marcus Rogers, Child of the King Instagram, or Marcus Rogers Facebook with almost 1 million followers, it's not from me. Now, don't know me, and she starts rolling her head and all this kind of stuff. So I said, "Hold up, ma'am. Let me get the pastor." So I call the pastor, and the pastor comes over. And she starts making all these accusations. She said, "You put cameras in my house. You've been watching me." Mind you, this is when I'm still with my ex-wife. She says, "Oh," and she says, "Oh, you sent me a picture of your stuff." I said, "Ma'am," I said, "show the picture to my ex-wife and she can confirm right now in front of the pastor whether it's mine or not." She said, "Oh, my phone is dead. It's deleted." Right? Same stuff that she's doing now. I said, "Ma'am, I'm telling you, you're probably getting scammed. There's a lot of fake profiles." I'm going to tell you straight up, bro, this is the truth. Every church I travel to, there are women that pop up and I have to show them. If it didn't come from Marcus Rogers, Child of the King Instagram, or Marcus Rogers Facebook with almost 1 million followers, it's not from me. Now.
All right. So you heard what he said, right? He gave you two sites. Well, let's see if that is the case. Let's go ahead and unshare this one. And hopefully my share capability did not kick out my PowerPoint. No, it did not. All right. Well, this post right here, this picture right here, as you can see, is an Instagram picture. It's an Instagram message. Now, Marcus says, if it does not come from Marcus Rogers, Child of the King, that's Instagram. That's Instagram. That's Instagram to Carissa. And she says there, remove that video about me off your page now. Don't talk about me no more. Now, this is a recent message because this gentleman right here, his name is William. And we'll talk about him later tonight. We'll talk about him later tonight. What is his relationship and involvement with Firehouse. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out. All this is alleged. All this is alleged, right? So let's close this one out. Yes, the page has an underscore because there's alleged fake accounts. But there's more. Just stay tuned.
We could argue all day. Well, you made a fake profile. You're talking to other women. Anybody with discernment knows this is not true. Bro, I told you, I came on here because I have nothing to hide. You can bring up my past. I've made mistakes. That don't bother me. I'm not ashamed. I've been open about all that. But when people,
I guess my question is, when he says bring up his past, how far is the past does it go? Does it go to 2012 with this alleged gay Twitter pic? How far in the past does that go? And if you were a Christian, as you proclaim and profess to be, then I believe that's pretty problematic, to say the least. Allegedly.
People start lying, I want you to post proof, not speculation, or I'm gonna sue. All right. A lady came to Las Vegas, same thing. She's got all these messages. I always ask them, why don't you FaceTime these men? Why do you send money to these men and not FaceTime them? You've never seen them. You've never met them in person. The phone number that she posted, why don't we just call it? I asked Carissa when she was there. It got so bad. She got so crazy. I called the police on her. She left. Then, like a whole year later, she shows up in this church in Illinois, and I get security on her immediately. So all I'm saying is, if you got a voice message of me or a message from my phone number, put it on the screen. Don't block anything. Okay. I don't even care if you.
Okay, so let me do this now, because there's another witness allegedly who has come forward, and this basically is their statement.
And you never saw him.
No, I never saw him. Because when I was ready to meet him, I knew I wasn't going to go nowhere to meet him. But some just say, Daryl, don't go. But well, he was letting me know that he was in Texas. I don't know if he really was, but that's what he would tell me. That's how we say he was in Houston. I'm trying to think, well, he was different places in Texas, speaking, for the weekend and stuff. And so the one time he wanted me to try to come up to Houston for the weekend. He said, you can't come Friday because he's going to be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I did consider going to Houston. There's something, don't go. Don't do it. And then he'll say, okay, well, maybe, when I get some time, when I'm putting in for leave, maybe I come and get you and you can go with me on a road trip to go pick up my kids when we go to Chicago. Because he was telling me, I can't remember if he was in his mother's house in Chicago, but he supposedly was waiting to get a new house. So he had got custody of his kids, and they was going to be moving into a new house, him and the kids and his mother. And he was going to come get me or send for me to come to Chicago. And I was going to go. I ain't going to lie. But every time those people say, Carol, don't do it. If something comes, I'm like, no. And that's when he started to get more and more mad at me because I was always not going to do what he wanted me to do. I was like, no. Just like I just sent him money to him when he supposedly was overseas. I was like, no. I said, sorry. I said, set it up. That's the military. I'll stay so deep that food and all that, but I survived that. I said, well, just eat what you can. I don't know what to tell you. And that's when he started to back away from me for communication. Because he was getting mad at me. Because I just said, I said, I don't care what you need. I am not sending you any more money. And then time will go by, he'll reach out, how you doing? Just checking on you. I miss you. I love you, all that mess. Yeah, whatever. I'm fine.
Did he ever call you his wife?
Yeah. More than one occasion. And I just say, don't say that we're not married. I'm not your wife. Well, Carol, you're my wife to me. We're gonna be married. I'm not your wife. We're not married. I'm not your wife. No. And this is early. Stuff like that freaked me out anyway. Because I'm like, dude, why are you calling me your wife? I don't even know you like that. I don't know you like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but see, there was times I knew by his reaction that, when I didn't go along like I used to with things, he would just tell me, you tell a woman something and she's like, he just sounds so good on the phone. The plans for the future once he gets settled. It's this big church. They gonna be preaching in his own church. Yeah, okay, that's all I ever heard. That was his main conversation. I'm gonna get you just wait, see. God's got great plans for him. All right, my day is coming, my time is coming. I'm gonna get this big old church. All right, thinking, that's all you talking about. There's something wrong with you. But the more I talk to Clarissa and stuff, I was like, you know what? This man is doing this to a lot of people. He's got to be. I said, because you're telling me this, you don't know me, but we got the same experience with him, except I've never met him in person, nor have we been intimate. But you actually physically seen him in person. Not to talk about you have met this man. He's come to your place of residence. Right. And now you tell me he's gone to see other women. Because at the time when she was telling me this, there was somebody else, another young lady, I don't know if it was the old lady, I really don't remember, that reached out to her that supposedly he proposed to this woman. She was saying she had a ring from him. Like, I can't say she said it. He met a person and gave her the ring, but supposedly this is what the girl told Clarissa. She was claiming that her and Marcus were literally physically engaged. This was going to be her husband. She was claiming him. So that's what I knew. I said, he's got to be stopped, because he's out of control. And then when I saw that, he was telling me about that, because I asked him about the thing with the military. Because I was starting to get down, I said, what is he doing in the military? But they're like, Carol, they trying to say that I shouldn't have baptized him because he was Muslim or something he was saying. I don't really remember. It just wasn't making sense to me. Mm-hmm. It wasn't. So I said, well, Mark, I was like, well, what did you do? Did you cause the man death? I'm not understanding. And so I did go online and I read about it, but his version still wasn't making sense to me. I was thinking like, well, I don't know what you're on. What exactly are you under investigation about? Because are you looking at prison time? Because I'm thinking I sure can't be talking to you. Right. Yeah. Yep.
All right. So she mentions several things about this man allegedly. Now, the interesting thing about all of this is that, of course, people are going to still, say that this is not true. This is not true. And again, this is alleged. Haven't even got through all the text messages yet. Haven't even gotten to those yet. But I'm about to. And also the inbox conversations between the other women who have had alleged sexual relationships with Marcus, allegedly. So let me go to the slides here, because also the conversation allegedly between Marcus and Carissa was as recent as last month, based on this email. So let me go to slide 3. Looks like 373, I think, here. Okay, so I think I have another one here. U.S. is sweet. Thank you. Going to turn all the way up for Jesus, and we'll probably take up an offering to help pay for travel, for building rentals, and you can also be a part. Just make sure you see that there. There it is. There, the date is 12/6/2021. And you see the conversation there. Carissa responds that same day of last year, of December. Bye, weirdo. Do not contact me anymore. It's almost 2022. Be happy with your current life. And you see what it says there. Even after all your blessings that you have, you're still unhappy, still bothering little old me. Them devils still on your back, huh? You place them there. Could you not contact me ever again? No more messages from fake pages either, Marcus, including your fake baby mama, the light-skinned girl from Chicago. That's really, and it says there, you're so obsessed. I want nothing to do with you ever again. Stop playing with my emotions. Stop awakening my heart. All right, so now let me just do this. Let me just go ahead and run through these messages, screenshots. An interesting thing also, I believe, when people say that Carissa was catfished, how do you catfish somebody that you allegedly had a relationship with sexually? I'm just not, not understanding that. And then you have other people who say the same thing about the same person, and they can tell you who the individual is and what they look like. All right, so let me go ahead and open up and start these other screenshots and your other receipts. Let's start from, let's see. Make sure I have, because some of them were kind of disconnected a little bit here. So let me get one here. All right, let's see here. Okay, so this is from the ex, one of the ex-wives. Says my daughter wasn't even in school today. She had to get vaccinated. She wasn't molested. He's really a monster. And then you see here, October the 9th. Okay. So you see this one here. This is from the ex, and it's in regards to the alleged. I'm sorry, I didn't even opened it up. My fault. Hold on. I thought it was already sharing. Jeez. Here we go. Let's do it here. All right. Let's see. Go back up here. Yes. Okay. Start it up here. Make sure I got it. Okay. All right. So he doesn't even care about the damage, the emotional damage he has done. I'm motioning that the judge makes him have a mental eval before he can have visitation again. What's said is that no one in his circle thinks he has an issue. Keep speaking up. My son talked to me about it and said that he thought it was rude of his dad. He's only 4, and that's his thoughts. Marcus doesn't get that children shouldn't be exploited like this without the consent of both parents. No, I've blocked him from everything because he harasses me. To him, he likes when people are sad, gets off on pulling on other people's heartstrings. He feeds off of his followers saying things like, "Oh, and you're a good dad." He's taking advantage of all of our gullible minds, all of their gullible minds, excuse me. Some people are really looking for leadership, and he just uses them. He won't go to court for them. I don't even fear. He knows he's done wrong this time, and it is clear that his day he's not going to fight me. Talks about Trump here. As you can see at the top right, why he was discharged, and this was in 2018. I think his discharge was in 2018 for multiple acts of misconduct and received a less than honorable discharge. Is what court martial had ruled rather. And she said, "No, I didn't know. I try to keep it short with him, and most emails I don't even read, I guess, because they're too lengthy and always consist of him threatening me. He wasn't going to jail. He wasn't going to tell me, just like he didn't tell me about the girl that he visited in Indiana. Who's the girl that he visited in Indiana allegedly? Well, Carissa's the girl that he visited in Indiana because she lives in Indiana. She mentioned that on another live in statement. Yeah, he needs me to believe him. I believe I'm to blame for all the crap that he has in his life that he causes. I'm saving and up and leaving the state when I can. My family helps as much as they can, but it's not a lot of help, and it's sometimes draining because he does bare minimum. His mom does not pitch in. Why I didn't know. Yeah, he literally tell me that women were the weaker vessel. Like he would used to say that I didn't know what I was talking about. Wouldn't allow me to work. Said it wasn't of God. He said I need to stay home with the kids, but we were living paycheck to paycheck. They now just caught up with him and making him pay me child support. It says no wonder he had to make me feel bad and low, so I would never look up and see his crap, but I did. It was always something in me saying all of these women can't be lying. I remember when he had a girlfriend named Shelby, whom he was still contacting while we were at Fort Campbell, and I begged her to run as far. She was young like the new girl. How crazy is that? The wife warning the mistress. Once I took my advice, I want to see the evidence they had from the girl in Indiana you were talking about. Says she met a guy named Trevor and the mother's soldier's wife. I'm just reading this. He would say everyone hated him as to why we could never attend picnics and balls until I found out he took a girl he cheated on me with 2-1. He may be a sociopath. I remember when he shared some of my personal business with his ex-wife, and she messaged me and told me that he does stuff because he knows I'm ignorant of how the Army works. I didn't listen to her. I was in the women's shelter then. From that time, he put his knee in the bridge of my nose, causing a fracture. She too tried to warn me, but I was so weak then and listened to him instead. He then in turn told me all of her personal business. I should have never trusted him. I'm only as open of a book now because he did this to my daughter. Now the gloves are off and I don't care, especially when he is sitting there, no doubt, coaching her before and or during the video. So the question was asked. I'd always wondered why you never called him out. We knew he was a bad player. And he says, I will not share this with anyone. I keep this confidential and protect you as well. She said, no, I don't care. You can share if you need. Like I said, the gloves are off. He needs to be exposed. And the reason why I'm redacting this is because I want to make sure they are protected. He only thought, quote, this will get me followers and sympathy likes. He didn't think that his daughter could possibly suffer emotionally from seeing her dad do this to her. He will literally never see them again under my watch. The only way I would ever publicly acknowledge him from my platform, which I try to keep hidden, is if he comes for me directly. And the individual says it's abuse plain and simple, as you said, for all the sympathy of those stupid followers. And she says, then I'm releasing all if the emails and phone recording of him crying about missing his family recently while still with his girlfriend. She is so lost. Says she has no family, so she's easy bait. She recently posted that she's giving up her pants for dresses, and he's all in her head with this legalistic cult nonsense. And she said, yep, sounds about right. He literally does not have a one male role model. But she has to see for herself. Hopefully he will do better this time around. Oh my goodness, OMG, he talks so bad about Matt. I have the messages of him saying that he tries to be like him. He says that Matt is a pretty boy and is annoying and jealous of him and a guy named Pastor Jermaine Bond. He literally talks about everyone he knows. He talks about a guy named Anthony catching worse. He says he's always calling and texting him acting gay. This is the guy, Anthony Catchings, I was referring to, that he always talks behind everyone's back. This is a screenshot that he sent me saying that Anthony runs up behind and talks like a girl. As you can see, he always deletes it. He always deletes the stuff he says back. And then the individual writes, yeah, he's not showing you the completed ruling of the U.S. Army was engaged in another high-profile case, the exact time of Specialist Ali's death. Trump the same week had insulted the Khan family and the parents' family of the U.S. Army captain, killed in Iraq, who was of the Islamic faith. The commander at Fort Campbell knew that Marcus' case was a ticking time bomb, and had it made national news in conjunction with this other incident. Ali's father is a retired Iraqi Republican Guard officer who's employed at the time as a translator at U.S. Embassy, in Baghdad. And then he lies about, supposedly, allegedly, said my daughter wasn't even in school that day. She had to get vaccinated. She wasn't molested. He's really a monster. A little boy kissed her. The same way he brags about being chased home by other little girls' dad on his big wheel for kissing his daughter. He says, I'm going up to the school for a parent-teacher conference. That's where I will talk about it. My daughter should not have been put on display. The fact that he's still talking about it as if he and I are even on talking terms is disgusting. I told him that he has to stay away from us and put him in the spam box. He hasn't even attempted to call the children's phone since. He is literally losing his mind. He says, the only reason why I haven't put him on blast in the past is because I've been too busy. But I made a status just now and it's public, so I don't care anymore. Now, if he's going to do that when they have to come to his sister's house to make him give me back my son after he tried to kidnap him too, does he not know or remember that he has a record of that with them? Maybe that doesn't matter, and then that will allow him to still join. And it was referring to the upper right-hand corner of the police department. He said he had applied to the Chicago police, but he can't because of his record. And so the individual says, don't blame you, and there's no way he can pass the psych portion of the police entrance exam. Also, he has a domestic violence charge on his military separation papers, as you said, the reports you've made. She says, well, I do hope he gets a job soon so he can pay child support. And then you see here Marcus Rogers' post. It's kind of blurred. Hey guys, this is he says I'm planning on trying to find a church or small office place for rent in Chicago. The plan is to start with prayer meetings and worship on Saturdays and evolve into a get together where people can do songs, poems, praise dance skits, Christian rap, and so forth. So look at the second paragraph. It says, I'm also considering opening a GoFundMe for anybody who wants to support the vision. Either way, thank you for all those who continue to support me, and for everyone else, just continue to keep me in your prayers. I got the vision. I just don't know how it is going to come together, but it will. So far, I have about $1,800 from books, donations, and albums. I'll keep you guys updated that moves to what moves rather we make to make the vision a reality. And so notice the individual says that he is not protected. There's no blue check mark. It's not a verifiable account. Why is there not a verifiable account? Well, if you go to the apostasy, and I want to give you this information. If you go to this website online, if you go to, where is it at here? theapostasyfiles.com. If you go there and look up the preponderance of evidence, you can see information on what preponderance of evidence is. And I'll read some of it. I'll read some of it shortly. But I just wanted to give you information on that. So the Bible says if a person, we're supposed to, according to 2 Corinthians, according to 2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 21, the Bible says we're to do things so that, and I'm just paraphrasing, so that we don't be accused of mismanagement or impropriety. We're to do all things not just on behalf of God, but on sight of men. And the context of 2 Corinthians chapter 8 is dealing with money, it's dealing with finances, and so it's a text of integrity. So we're to do things that are honorable, not just before the sight of God, but also before the sight of men. So if I know that there's something that can run afoul, or something that can cause me to be accused of something, then I need to put those parameters in place. It's wisdom. Why wouldn't a person have their accounts verified if they're a public figure? It raises suspicion. Because if you have a verifiable check mark on your social media accounts, then it's clear that if anything goes on outside of that blue check mark, you telling somebody, if you don't get this one from me or this one from me, doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything at all. We're to do things decently and in order. We're to do things not just in the sight of God, but also in the sight of men when it comes to doing things right. It's called integrity. It's called integrity. So it says, she says, oh, wow, thank you. He is supposed to pay $846 to me, but he only pays $400 because he claims he can't afford it. And then he sends her, allegedly, Marcus sends the bank information to the ex showing, yep, he banked on me wanting nothing to do with him and wanted to keep me and the kids' lives drama free, that he is so free speak. And that was the amount supposedly in the alleged checking account. And she says, that's what he sent me, trying to prove he doesn't have money to pay the full amount. I can't believe how much of this he has been doing. And the person said, do you know that he had a t-shirt line as well? He says, how do you live a double life for 6 whole years? This is so scary. I really just want nothing to do with him. And from the conversations that I've had with most women this past week, in light of the live that I did, that's what most of them say. They were going to come forward and do the live last week, but they say, I just don't want to deal with this dude anymore, because of supposedly, allegedly, the relationship and the things that were done to them by Marcus Rogers, as they say, allegedly. She says, I know my kids don't deserve a father that won't hurt, humiliate, exploit, or use them as props. Isn't that what abuse? Isn't that one of the ways of abuse is defined by this? It says no kid does. I use my platform to give back when I am in social media. I hope at some point he changes and he tries to do the same, asking for money from people who are already looking for hope is a very hurtful and disgusting thing to do. But God sees, God is not confused. And the individual offers assistance on how to get help there. Says, has Marcus tried to contact you or ask for the children? He emailed me a few days ago, and I told him I would keep my word on him being able to visit our daughter for her birthday, but that his visits have to be supervised, and he said no. He emailed again something else, but I didn't reply because it didn't have anything to do with him agreeing to supervise visits. In the meantime, I've continued helping those in need and visiting people who aren't able to come out. The children are healthy and learning to give and not take so I'm grateful. Now, this conversation right here is from another. This is from another woman who says that she's the baby mother of Marcus, of their child. And it says he sent money, that's good, and begged to talk and for me to let him see her. And the conversation goes, he just can't talk to her and check in without trying to mess with you, huh? And that he gonna do right. But I'm not doing that to my baby. I wouldn't either. He's a flip-floppy person, and we going to Chicago in a couple of months to see my baby, but he won't know. And it says, yes, he is. When last time you talked to him, it's been a while. He don't check on his baby girl anymore. And the individual says, I blocked him on everything. Says what happened. Well, you got to do what's best for you. You tried to work with him. He just does too much. I already know. And as you can see here, this whispers about more. These are children that are claimed here. And so notice, again, these people are saying what they can describe about Marcus. Now, some of you may think this is messy, yeah, but it's to get to the truth. And that's the thing. If you're denying that no one else has seen it, he said that, remember, he said that on the live. He said no one else has seen his penis. And he even challenged Carissa. Well, there you have it. She was pregnant twice by him. The second time after he married, he proposed to her and everything. So notice here. Does she know about him being bisexual in the Army and the Twitter account of him saying he's gay? She knows about him being bisexual, yes. That's the memo of his father. Here. Oh yeah, that's why he don't mind going all over to preach. He have women wherever he go. And now remember what he said in the video. He says wherever he go, there's women always saying this. So it seems to me allegedly that there's always it's always the women that that's the problem. That's always going after them. But based on this conversation here with these two women, it seems to be the other way around, allegedly. So she says, oh yeah, that's why he don't mind going all over the place, going all over the preach. Rather, he have women wherever he go. Are you having a girl or a boy by him? And said she also sleep with, and these, I guess these two people said he also sleep with men for money too, but I don't know how true that is. Legs always crossed. So he doesn't even care about knocking women up. Probably not. I think it's about giving them his disease, but luckily I didn't get it because this other woman told me he have a disease that's in the blood. It says shaking my head, and you said the other girl is 5 months. Not really sure how far she is. Somebody said 3 months last night, so I don't know. Shaking my head. Where is she from? I don't know, but this other woman told me about her. Did you have a relationship with him too? And most of it, I didn't find out until after I slept with him. And she said, yep, if that's what you call it. Do you still talk to him? She says last time was 2 weeks ago. So no. I filmed everything. I went to Cali for my nephew. I have it on this camcorder. I texted him when we was on our way to set shop because I knew he wanted to. Not really sure what that was, but so he haven't seen the video. My nephew and him are best friends. And then she asked a question about a sex question, and then she responds back to that. Do we know about the video? But I stopped answering for the past 2 weeks because I just had enough. I just seeing posts from Marcus saying he was going to Cali like this weekend. I'm always trying to compromise, but I'm done. Why you stop answering? And she says, yeah, I know I'm supposed to meet him there, just like he was supposed to meet me in Texas, but it's not happening this time. I'm done. I'm tired of the women, and he have a fiance that I didn't know about the whole 9 months nine months we were together. There's a question here. Did Marcus introduce you as his baby mother or what? He said this, and you already know who this is being. You wasn't inboxing her without my knowledge. Why her face dropped, and then I guess because he said he was coming with me because I had to go get ready for the party. He was like, but we going shopping first, then going to the hotel. She said, so and it's kind of broken up here. So when he asked, I told him I wasn't ready for that, about being married. I wasn't ready for that. He asked again. I told him and told me if I say yes, he's not going to marry her. And I told him I'm not nobody's second choice to marry his little girl and leave me alone. And they talk about the brain sizes here. Says I know she sent him money and he hacked her account and took some, but she said have 3 sons in the army, so it's army account. So she didn't press charges and he promised to pay her back. And she says, what? Said, yes, ma'am. He hacked her account and stole money and admitted it. And she's still letting him get more money from her. So yeah, he knew he had to. She knew she didn't do it. And that account is really her son account. She just on it and called and asked where the money went. So she knew. She said she cheated. Why though? And then he told me she wanted to talk. I told her. He said they both cheated, and she agreed. She said, "But did he tell you that he also beat me?" And he did tell you for the stunt he played the other night with my kids on Facebook. He's not allowed to see my kids. I said, "Oh." She said he coached my baby to say she was molested at school. So that goes in the context of the conversation that the ex had with the individual earlier about lying about being molested at school, and that wasn't the case. And says those people suing. And the question is asked, and he used to beat her. He said, yep, regularly. What made her leave him? What was the breaking point for her? The beating and the army arrested that, you know what? And says the beatings, and she didn't like all the Facebook stuff I said because his blank fake, and she laughed. And at the bottom it says he threw her against the wall, broke her nose, all that while the kids watched. So again, based on the stories, based on the information, based on the military report, based also on the police report that has been stated by the ex and other messages and conversations. This is the preponderance of evidence that I'm referring to and I'm talking about here regarding alleged behavior by Marcus Rogers as a Christian. I don't talk to him, but sent me a message a few weeks ago. I told him, you shouldn't be worried about us. Aren't you engaged? So just worry about the wife and your kids. He said, I'm worried about my baby, and I ignored it. And he at least checked up on you and baby. So notice. And she says, I guess, and talk about health issues here. And at the bottom, it says he want me to be understanding, but he needs to be too. But I think I'd rather just leave it like this. We don't talk at all. It'll only confuse things if we do let Jasmine Olivia have her husband. Says you tried calling him. This is look at the dates. This is 2019. So almost 3 years ago. No, I want to tell him, but I don't think he cares. So I'm going to waste my time. He going to soon be married anyway. Married? Who told you that? Well, I know they got engaged. So Blank had told me that they were supposed to be getting married in February. So I'm assuming he still is. Says girl they've been dating since he was married. So notice 2019. Girl, they've been dating since he was married. So they've been dating for 3 years. I found pics and all the way back then. And she told me, and when I asked him, he just smirked about it. So I know it's true. He'd been divorced since August, I think. But yeah, he'd been cheating for that long. That's why she left him, between him beating her and then cheating with her, plus all the other stuff. So the girlfriend thinks she's gonna change him, huh? Unless she is open and okay with an open relationship, he needs to at least stop pretending. Hope that she don't, because that would never happen. Because if he cheat on you now, he gonna always cheat, and as long as she allow him to do whatever, he gonna continue. But he want to be in control, so he don't care. He want what he want when he want, and that's it. I can make him bow down every now and then. I don't know why. But not too long ago, he sent me a message like I'm really, like I'm really. Why you can't just leave me alone? It says he's a well-known kind man. And he doesn't care who he's hurting. It makes him happy to know that he can make anyone fall in love with him and take advantage of them, including his ex-wives and girlfriend. The man has demons, and he is not right in the head. Can't nobody help him but himself. Until he has gone deep. Until then, he's going to keep pretending to be this holy leader, all while he is using, hurting, sexing, and taking advantage of many of his followers. I just thank God it ain't me. It's her. Shaking my head. She'll learn sooner than later, hopefully before she says I do. It says for real, she act like she desperate, like she need him. Like he used her in her time of need when she was most vulnerable. And she don't even realize it. The second paragraph says, but he said we need to talk for me to give him my number and that he love us. Can you just please stop and talk to me? He called on Messenger and I didn't answer. He said, tell me why. So he tried a video chat twice, but didn't answer those either. He said, so I guess you don't want to be bothered. And I know you're reading my messages. So what's going to happen is that you're going to make me pop up to your house and make me pop up to your house. So keep being stubborn. And I still didn't answer. It says, oh, he tried it with me too. He know he can't though, and so forth. And so they have an open relationship. He says, I knew it. Then I said, don't worry. It says it tastes good, actually, hubby. And she said, she told me she don't care as long as she knows she getting the ring and she gonna be the wife in the end. And then she says, I said, blank, y'all gonna have something with he didn't wear protection and don't ever think I'm the only one. It says, oh no, she said that a while back when she first texted me to ask me if I was pregnant. That wasn't then, and gonna tell me you need to let him be the daddy. And I said, wow, please don't tell me what to do, and you need to have your own, but you probably don't have. Okay, all right. Then she says, I knew I shouldn't have blanked with his blank. He says, right. because I heard he was having sex with men too, and I can't take them kind of chances. And she says, I know that's right, shaking head. And then she says how y'all started talking was in Cali, the people, and went to meet him. So y'all never talked before that. You just popped up at one of his events. She says, I met him online a few months before. And this is what I'm hearing also from other women, allegedly, on how they meet him either in person, they meet him online. And then it goes from there, depending on the situation, I guess, allegedly. She says, okay, form from his page number or another page. She says, another page. Now, I thought it was fake. Listen, this is the 19th, 2019, of February 10th. Another page. Now, I thought it was fake. Well, it was, but he was part of the scam, and he called me because he was talking to, and she asked why was I stalking her man, and I went off. Let me read that again. She asked him, is it from his main page or another page? This lady says another page, and I thought it was fake. Well, it was, but he was part of a scam, and he called me because he was talking to blank, and she had asked why I was stalking her man. And I went off. She said, you sent him money? And he does scams with other people, making fake pages and blank all the time. I guess she saw a post or something. I have no idea. But after he friended me and we had been talking for a while, she texted me with that blank. Yeah, I know. Yeah. He told me his mom he told me his mom needed money to buy his girls dresses. She said, did you send him the money at first? She said, yeah. His blank always making up lies to get what he wants. Shaking my head. Was that before you went to California? I said, no, till he told me what it was for his kids. And it wasn't till after I sent it, he told me it was for dresses. And said, that's exactly what he does. Then the second time he asked, he needed a phone card. It says, he wants you to send money or buy iTunes cards or something before he trusts you enough to have sex with him. He's a con man and a sex addict. Shaking my D head. Third time, he needed some help getting instruments for his church, but I never did it because I found it kind of strange. He wanted me to send it to Nigeria. Pencil that. Those of you who think I am making this stuff up, those of you who think I am lying, those of you who are thinking that this stuff is just, oh, yeah, this just, yeah, you just, yeah, whatever. This is going to come up again. Just pencil that. Allegedly. The Nigerian man is the one that helps him with the cons. I know, I found out, I think old girl know about him too. They create the fake pages for him. He uses them and they help him if he ever gets caught up or called out. And they stay calling that blank out. Well, I don't follow on nothing no more. I've been stopped, so I don't know what they do now. They create fake pages for him. He uses. Okay, right, got that part. Okay, they will call or something and make the person think it was a catfish the whole time, when in reality it was Marcus and the African man. But hey, I guess it's easier just to say it's catfish, right? Yes, that's true, Nabia. Carissa said he knows how to hack because he learned it in the army. Allegedly. He does the most, girl, but he knows what he's doing. LOL, I'm laughing now, but it was so effing mad. But I was so effing mad back then, and I only gave him maybe 300. But Blank gave him 1,500, and he only asked for 100. Where is she from anyway? Jamaica or Nigeria? Blank is? Yeah. Hopefully she's not a part of the scamming. He always asks me for an iTunes card. I always say no. I don't think because she have the FBI looking into him because they done called me. That's why I told her I'm gonna tell them I don't know. I don't know him. I just effed him. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just this stuff is all made up, right? Allegedly. One night well, it was like 4 a.m. I started complaining and I said, whatever you with your fake blank, he sounded Nigerian. So I said that. So I bet that blank FaceTimed me because he never wanted to. She said, oh, okay, that was the African working for him. They both are over most of his accounts. If things don't go right, he shoots it over to him. But when did blank say that about the FBI? Recently. What the F did he do now? Yeah, because that was her son account, like he in the army. So she went to the army for fraud. And so they tell her a lot about the army contacted the FBI because they was already looking into him because of all the fraud that's been going on with that African and him taking women money and stuff. So they got her number plus his dumb blank messed with agent. So, excuse me, she told me that before we stopped talking. Messed with agent? She said, yeah, I forgot her name. And she says blank, and that blank is catching up with him. He about to get locked up if he keep playing with God. Yeah, because this was in December. Oh yeah, but she back talking to him. What did the FBI ask you? He think he untouchable. I told him to keep it up. Your kid's gonna reap what you sow. Keep playing. If I knew him how long, if I knew him how long, I guess they asked how long I knew him. If I knew about any scam, they meaning the FBI. Just read the first part of the second line at the top. They asked how long if I knew about any scam, and if I told them I had receipts and message showing I sent money in iTunes. She says you sent iTunes too? Yeah, I told up to $300 altogether. What did they say? That you have to give them the info? Yeah. What the H does he have to do? Does he do with iTunes cards? Girl, I have no idea. I mean, did you give them your receipts? He always asking me for them. Oh yeah, I have everything I have. Oh yeah, I have everything I had. The main thing he asked me for is a phone. I can't imagine how many phones he has. SMH to talk to all the women. That's why he needs all them iTunes. I know, right? LOL, girl. Oh yeah, because I've seen him in videos actually put one down and look at another when blank talking. So yes, he has more than one. Does blank still talk to him now? Shaking my blank head. I don't know. She had told me no, but she would always say no. And when I look again, she talking to him. So I don't know, but I ain't talked to her since December. Oh, okay. Since the FBI stuff. Yeah. I wonder if that's still under investigation or what's going on. But she should have known that he was all about the money. Are y'all still there? Y'all all right? Y'all good? She says, could I told that B, don't put me in that blank because I don't talk to his blank. And I said, because you don't want him to go to jail, but I'm going to send his blank straight there effing with me. She said, oh, don't do that. He have kids. I said, Lord, forgive me, but F him and them kids. You tell him about me going to jail because I told your blank stop talking to him or leave me out of it. She says, rolling on the floor, but she the one called FBI. Actually, she didn't. The army did. Like, where do you think they, you said, like, where you think he going if they, and she said, well, at least that's what she said. So I don't know, to the pen. She says, yeah, I don't know to the pen if they find more than my evidence. And she probably still giving him more. Shaking my head. Not I. I ain't the one. Yep. She asked for 100. And when she got the statement, it said 1,500. Yeah, he asked me. Yeah, he asked for 100. And when she got the statement, it said 1,500. LOL. I said, why the blank would you give him all your info and you never met the man? I said, that was dumb as blank. I know, right? He's trying to play that role now, but I'm sorry. It's way too late. Plus, I know what you do. Her bank info? She says, I don't want you at all. It was her son's Army account, but it was a card. Must have been a bank card, I'm assuming. I don't know. Okay. Thank you, Nabi. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm at 117 out of 381. You should have said I'm talking to your baby mama. LOL, and see what he say talking all over that blank. That used to work my nerve when he would tell me that. Then 10 minutes later, I text him and I say, I thought you was blocking me. Oh, babe, I can't. I love you too much to block me. I say, don't F with me. He said that MF have PTSD and he probably bipolar too. He act like it. Oh, and I'm not keeping the baby either. I tried a while, baby, to have an abortion and couldn't because it was too late, but I'm keeping it. Just don't want to have to be bothered with him at all. I told him, you leave me alone, I'm gonna leave you alone. So what do you mean you're not keeping it? Are you giving her for adoption? I'm giving her away. It's sad. Yeah, he used to tell me he had 3 kids and the others was for his uncle until I busted his blank. She hates that you have his child. She will say anything to get under your skin because she loves his blank and don't want you getting too close to him again. I know, and I don't know why you even talk to her blank, knowing she is in love with him and wants him to herself. Not to mention he doesn't give a blank about her and only using her. Then she was like, why you got to talk to wifey? So you're gonna move in with him. Y'all gonna be one big family, one big happy family. What if he would ask you to marry him? Would you? He said, don't let Marcus or his ex stress you out. Yeah, I hadn't been eating, I lost 10 pounds, so forth. We're talking about the eating situation here. Have y'all did that before? A 3-way conversation? No, I told her stupid blank call me when he be on the phone with him. But she be scared. Scared for what? That he gonna get mad, I guess. She more likely just don't want him talking to you at all. Oh, okay, I know, right? Same thing my mama said. My baby don't like him. Again, this is the baby mama that that people don't know about, allegedly. But remember, Marcus said he has nothing to hide in the video. That's what he said. Says if you would know half of the stuff we discussed, you would be like, wait, what? Well, how they thought they were with him? Like what? That's how I wind up in Cali. Other women? We talked about having a baby, getting married, moving to Chicago, blank and wifey, sex, everything. We would spend hours on the phone. I told to blank the kid's mom talked. When he was talking about me moving there, she was like, and I'm not moving there with him because he a fake pastor. He was coming to Louisiana and he was going to drive back so I could have my car. So tell me how old her was getting married. I guess meant to say, oh girl. If you would know half of the stuff we discussed, okay, where I talked about that part, she did rather. We talked about having a baby. I talked about that, talking about that. So we talked about having a baby, moved to Chicago, charming wife, he sex everything. We would spend hours on the phone. I told blank the kid's mom, talk to Matt. When did you talk to Matt? Tom said, well, I talked to his brother and his kids. I just don't have time for all the drama no more. I'm not willing to share this conversation. No, actually, he didn't go to public with her till a while later after we had been apart. He wasn't talking no more. I told I have a ring and all he done been there and everything, and they're cricket though. Said, do you think he has any more kids? She said, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. Me either. Shaking my head. I think that's 500 each. Who told you that? That's a lot for 6 kids. And he keeps making more like it's nothing to him, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure who Matt is. He said it on Facebook on his page a while back. He took the kids shopping, but his ex said he ain't paid in a while. And I said, but I thought he paid plenty. Excuse me. I thought he had plenty money. She said, yeah, right. His money tied up into child support and alimony. That's why he always got to do a GoFundMe. I'm going to read that again, because even I stumbled on that one. He said it on Facebook on his page a while back when he took the kids shopping. But his ex said he ain't paid in a while. I said, but I thought he had plenty money. She said, yeah, right. His money tied up into child support and alimony. That's why he always got to do a GoFundMe. He pays her alimony. Only problem is he never spend the money on what he needs to spend it on. Says, I hope he asks people to pitch in at his Bible study. I didn't mean to laugh. Oh my gosh. Says, well, I supposed to, but I don't think he would. Think he do though. I heard his girlfriend in the background. What was she saying? She just asked what I wanted because she just asked what I wanted, but she kept asking because he was ignoring her. Shaking my head, crooked, blank. He didn't even tell her you had her. He may have hung up after I hung up on him. He cried too. And he should have thought about that before he lied and pretended he was going to make you his wife, make you the wife. I know he did. He's sensitive. I know that hurt him. And he said he's going to cancel his engagements and come. And I said no, because I have her up like I was what weight. And I repeated, and he started cursing. Then he was like, why? I said, cause I just can't deal with you and your wife for 18 years. And I'm not. But it's not like that. I said her that be in the background now. So F all that, but I have rights. I said, you sure? You wasn't here. We're not together, so you have no rights. She not for you no more. He called the next day talking about, but I asked you first to marry me. I said, no. I asked you first to marry me. You said no. I said, bye, Marcus. He started crying again. Now he called people every other day talking about, please, I can make some changes. I don't need you to make no changes for me. Oh, blank. I feel sorry for his blank. Or then I do, then I don't. Says I don't know why. Because you can't play with people's hearts like that, especially when a child is involved. No, you can't. And that's just why he better just marry old girl, because I'm not the one. But if he wants to see her, let him at the right time. He's not gonna damage my baby, because when she get older, people already gonna be talking about how no good his blank is from using women to fraud. So blank nobody ain't gonna know we have a kid together. I have a question after all this is over, though. And he has to deal with that because of his actions. You're doing what's best for her, and that's all that matters. I know he ain't still telling you he love you and want to be with you, is it? Says that we taught the charm. Of course. He is who he told me. I know that he didn't really want to marry old girl because he first asked me. And I told him, it's all about the end of the day. Let them have each other. I told him, yeah. Then I start hearing all kinds of stuff. And then we started to tell me he was talking about me after I found out that I was talked to him for a while. Then told him it was too much and blank, no, I wasn't getting married to his blank. After that, I found about a month or two later that he asked her. So I messaged her. Girl, ain't no point in eating up anything he has to say. Nope. Everything is game to him because he is still hurting for his first wife. And I'll get to that later. To know him too as she grows up. When did he come down there? Recently? Yeah, he tried. Yeah, he held her, tried spoiling her. She stayed with us the week. He came like a month ago. He's supposed to be coming again in a week or two. Says that's sweet. Don't let them fool you. Don't let him fool you. Don't get too caught up. Protect your heart, girl. That's nice. He's getting to know her. Oh, I already know. I'm not letting it fool me at all. Blank tried talking, but I didn't. And he asked me my ring on. I told him no, because we're not together. You have a fiance. Sorry. No, so she sent message around my due date. Oh no, talking about what? And make sure you don't get pregnant by his blank again. Be careful. Asking if I had the baby, if I had been talking to Marcus, just stuff like that, but I never answered. Oh, trust me, he's not getting another one, and had nerve enough to ask that stupid blank question if I would give him a son. I said, you sure you don't want your wife to give you a son? Because he told her when we was on the phone, and he FaceTime at least 3 times a week, if not more, to see the baby. He text and call often, but I don't always respond. We argued about that. She can watch them, but she won't watch or see this one. She asked, can she come with him next time? He told her no, because he's staying with us. She can come. She just not welcome to my house. She can stay at a hotel, but she's not allowed to meet my baby at all. So if he want to continue to have a relationship with her, what I say goes. On your trips, here will be in vain, or it really don't make me know. Never mind, because I see her every day. It says Facebook. I told her stupid blank I don't want him, because I guess she think I'm lying since he stayed to the house, and he told her she can't come, but I'm not crazy. I already know he has something he can't get rid of. I'm not about to start sleeping with this blank again. I was blessed to have bypassed it the first time. Might not this time. So I'm not doing that blank. You getting married and not to me. So the only thing you can do for me is take care of your daughter, and I don't want no more kids. Even though he's great with her, but he stayed far away. And yes, he has offered to move closer, and he has offered for us to move closer to him, and he pay. But I'm not doing that blank. I don't like him like that. And it took me a while to say, okay, he got to be a part of her life. And that was only because his blank popped up. And all this is alleged. He sent mad and sad emojis. Then he started calling. I rejected calls all night. Then he said, I want to see my baby. I said, no, you don't want to critique what I have on and argue, and I'm not doing it. So not tonight. Shaking my blank. Something wrong with his blank. Yes, indeed. The next day he asked what that put it was about. I said, cause I don't, man. I said, because I feel blank good about myself. I've been losing weight and I feel sexy. So I bought it and put it on. He said, where you was? I said, that's not your concern. Where was Jasmine's blank? Where was Jasmine's ugly blank? She is your concern. I'm just the mother of your daughter, but he come often because I have somebody. And so she says, blank, you said Marcus went through your phone while you were sleeping. He act like y'all really together. He creeps me out. He doing way too much. Yeah, he did, because he woke my blank up when he saw the pics. I was like, you have a wife, so you need to stop. But he didn't want to hear that. He says, she says, he sure do, because he was with him when we got together. Mm-hmm. He sure do, because he was with him when we got together. Okay. Yes, I don't know, but they were sitting in Marcus's car. Why he need 3 phones though? He probably got all kinds of women. She better be careful. Yep, one probably just for all his women. Because the number I had was a number me and Charm had. She didn't even have it. After she called it, he changed the number. Even though I have her, and when I'm tired, my baby take her because she a good baby. And that's the good thing about having older kids. They can be a lot of help. Yep. Yes, he does. He really do. I told him, you show her off, but you're always trying to tell me what to do, and you can't, because you just my baby daddy. He seemed like he loves his daughter too. That's sweet. Hopefully she makes him to be a better man and person in general. Yes, she's a real big help too. She love her rather to death, even though she can't stand him because he's on evil. Like, when I tell her he coming, she leave. These are just the messages. This is like 3 years word, by the way. 2-3 years. Talking about moving closer just in case. Yeah, they are. I don't need you and that girl closer to me. Stay your blank in Chicago, because I told you she don't live with me. When I move closer and she can move with you, I mean, she always with you anyway. Nope, because when I don't want to be bothered, when I'm tired and I can say no, I'm not going to get her today. Even though I have her, and when I'm, so he talked about that. That was out of repeat. My baby said you need to stop him from seeing her. No, my baby said, no, you need to stop him from seeing her, plain and simple. Tell him if he can't change his ways, he can't be involved in her life. It can actually drain her energies and her health. Yeah, I know my pastor said that. Girl, it's that deep. Not to mention he practices witchcraft. It says, get your olive oil. After he come, I have to wind up talking to the doctor, because she be sick. Really, my baby have missed 25 days of school one time, 7 days straight with the flu after he left. Some chick that was Jasmine Page, she went off on her blank as for something and he had give her some kind of disease. Well, she wind up getting in touch with blank, and blank told her about me. Then one or two went off on him on his page about the same thing. How long ago was this? About diseases? Girl, blank, no. One when I was about 3 months, the other 6 months. What kind of disease is it? No, the disease he can't get rid of. It's in his blood. She wanted to tell me when she heard I was pregnant, wanted me to get checked. Had already got checked, but I told my doctor. She checked again. I was good. All of them were complaining about a disease he gave them. No, just one of them was complaining that he took money. Oh, okay. Had sex and asked him to marry him. Says it's pure evil. What the blank he be doing? Why is he having sex and proposing to all these women though? I don't know. And so we ain't talk all day, nor did he come. So I mean, I can't change who her daddy is. I wish I could. True. No point in getting that upset because him being her dad won't change at all. And this is one of the numbers. And I purposely did not redact it. Purposely did not redact it. Because remember, Marcus, you said in the video, these numbers that people be calling, why don't they call the number? Well, that's supposedly the number. I'm not sure if it's operational right now. But yeah. Let me try something. Let me see if this number works. See what it's about. Let's see something. Calling it live. Peoria, Illinois.
We're sorry, this person is not available right now. Please leave a message after the beep.
Hey, is this Marcus? I was calling for Marcus. This is the number that I saw on a inbox from one of your baby mamas, allegedly, whatever. And maybe they'll call back when the live is still going on. We'll see. More women coming out about him. Let's see. Oh, that's just Jasmine commenting on that. Can't see her, me and my old man not together because he want to just pop up like he owned me. And no, boo-boo, you don't even own my child. You have no say, so I have all the say. So, because your blank be doing some bad and foul blank blank. So he mad because I said no, he can't see her for Father's Day. Says, yeah, that ain't cool. He done messed up what you had going on. That's good. You're putting your foot down. He needs to call before showing up. Yeah, and we was together over a year, but he just got tired, and I understand because I've been tired. Now I'm curious. I'm curious about this though, because remember, Marcus, you said in the live that you were on last week that all your baby mamas go to your house for the holidays, for Christmas. Did he say Christmas? Did he say the holiday? One of the two. But he said all his baby mamas, they you know. And he said he knew I ain't talked to his baby mama. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We will see. Allegedly, in my opinion, whatever. Right, he reckless. Yes, he is. That's just why I don't fool with him. He's pissed right now, but I don't care. I don't blame you. What he do now is just the same old BS with his lying age. So now I don't let him call like he was and blank. No, he can't see her. He can't see her. Me and my old man not together because he want to just pop up like he owned me and no. And so we already saw that part. Okay, just a run on. Let's see. Says, I changed my number after I told him I was pregnant again. Blank, he got me, but we good. What? You got pregnant by his blank yet girl, again? Yes, I fell for it, but he didn't want me to get rid of it. I just told him and I said, but don't worry about nothing. I'm not keeping it. He got mad, started fussing. I wasn't about all that, so I changed my number the next day. Let me just say this real quick. This man, but y'all talking about me going after him. I go after predators, and I warn the flock against wolves. At the time, Nabi, I guess she was at the time. I'm not too sure because really we had stopped fooling around then, and all of a sudden I don't know why, but I started again. So I'm not sure. It could be as little as a month. That's the last time he came. Y'all messed around just a month ago. He's too much. He came because my baby had to have a little surgery. Yeah. And I just seen another woman calling him out, talking about she had packed her stuff up to move to Chicago for him. Oh no, what's wrong with your baby girl? He asked me to move closer so he can spend more time with her. I told him no. He said, what about? And don't know what else that went. Don't know exactly. Didn't go to the doctor because I'm gonna get rid of it. When the last time you see him exactly, girl? Just wow. When he went to Texas. You went to Texas with him? He ain't blank. So you about 3 months or 4. No, I was already out there. My brother lived out there. Talking about I want to post it on his page. LOL, I said, so none of your followers know about my baby. He was like, she not their business. It shouldn't matter if you do or don't. It's like he's denying his own child, and that's sad. I hope I'm not too far so I can get rid of it, though. I'm not playing with him. Shaking my head. He keeps making them and denying them. If I was you, I would be proud to post my child. I don't care what he talking about. For real. Same thing I said, but that's why he haven't seen or talked to her nor me in a month. So based on this message, Marcus, allegedly, I don't think this baby mama is invited to the party or the gathering. Allegedly, just saying. Yes, indeed, she better worry about diseases from his blank too. I get checked frequently, but I was good. Okay, well that's good. He better be happy his blank don't get nothing. He better stop before he does get something that he cannot get rid of. He just got something. They said we just happened to be careful enough where I didn't get it. Whatever it is, it's in his blood. HPV, trying to figure out what it could be. I don't know what that woman told, but whatever it is, say he gave it to her. He gave it to her niece. That's why I get checked. That's why I went get checked me and got checked every time I went. Then they checked my baby for all kinds of stuff, being it's in the blood. But she was good. So when we did it again, it was like 2 or 3 times, but with protection. But it broke the last time. Well, I've been to the doctor twice, and it was clear. Matter of fact, I went Tuesday. I'm good. I had actually forgot about it, but not no more because I'm good because it scared me when I started having discharge, but it wasn't nothing but a false alarm. It was clear and no smell. She checked it and blood testing clears me. I'm gonna just do like the others, child support, and no, you can't see her, and no, she's not visiting. And it says I hear that, especially if he can't claim her in his page. Well, be honest about his new baby. So again, Marcus, you said you had nothing to hide. Allegedly. Now, that was the end of that message. Okay. With that baby mother. This message is a new one. This is a new woman. Okay. Now, It says right there, did you say you got to see him in Indy last week? This is December 7th, 2018. The woman says, yeah, I don't care to talk about it anymore right now. He keeps reading my messages anyway, because right before I send you the screenshots, he deleted the rest of the messages, then inboxed me. And actually, this is Carissa, because at the bottom it says Carissa. And she has that problem with that because she already shared a testimony. So this shows you again, Marcus, your stories are not, it's like subtraction. It's not adding up. Just based on the information, allegedly, in my opinion, whatever. This person says, I have two daughters in their mid-20s, and Marcus is the kind of demented person we warned him about. He's not capable of any real affection towards an outside of himself. He's never shown any empathy regarding the death of Ali or his brutal abuse of blank, or either not seeing the 5 to 7 little children he's put out here, and one on the way. There is a major psychological disconnect with him. He can't see it, and it uses religion as a mask, which is most dangerous. He has been exposed. I only hope that young women like yourself not protect him, allowing him to sustain his abusive patterns. Says, hey Carissa, have you spoke to haven't spoke to you a while. Have Rogers tried to contact you? She said no. I have nothing to do. I don't want nothing to do with him ever again in my life. He keeps making fake pages to get at me. So again, Carissa says it. This other baby mama said it. The other individual said it in the presentation here. The Bible says about testimony, 2 or 3 witnesses, let every fact be confirmed. Again, if those of you who are Marcusites, I know your theology is not wrapped too tight. I know your theology is warped. But you're going to have to now come to grips with this man's character. You're going to have to come to grips with the fact that this man has not changed. Now, you might be saying, "Oh, this was in 2019. This is what happened tonight." From what information I've been gathering, I hadn't even gotten to the apostasy files report. Matter of fact, you can look up and go to the apostasy files and look up the preponderance of evidence and just read that article. Just read that article and see how these things build and add up. It's a pattern of offenses. It's a pattern of destructive behavior. It's a pattern of lifestyle that is not conducive for a person who would be considered to be sane. Says, keeps making fake pages to get at me. He has caused me. When I said I'm not talking to his I think she said me. He has cussed me out in text when I said I'm not taking his BS anymore. He called me names. Now he keeps. And so notice. So go back for a second. If Marcus was calling her names in the video that you saw, ladies and gentlemen, is there any reason to believe that he wasn't doing it during this time? That he said he didn't do anything with her. There was nothing. Allegedly. Now he keeps talking about me on his page in a negative way. I'm so done with this man. It's not even funny. I pray he gets whatever he deserves and leave me alone forever. Says, yeah, he is really a sick, twisted little turd. Keeps making up lies about. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here's another witness. Yeah, he's really a sick, twisted little turd. He keeps making up lies about you when making up lies about you. Showed up at that church in Clarksville. Blank already told me the truth, how his coward butt ran, and actually, I know who this Blank is. It's actually the one of the ex-wives. So they already told him that his coward butt ran and called the police, and that the pastor and her talked with you, and there was no one rebuking you like he's lying about. And oh, by the way, Marcus, I called this pastor this morning. Yes, I did. Yep. Yes, I did. I called him this morning and had a brief conversation with him via messenger. I even gave him my number. He didn't call me back though, but I asked him, are these things true? He didn't want to answer them. He wanted to talk to me why we don't get along. I'm like, sir, we can talk about that another time. I mean, we can talk about doctrine all we want, but I just want to know, did your friend smash this lady? That's all I wanted to know. And I never heard back from him again. And I don't have to say alleged on that, because that's what happened. Yeah. So it says, I'm contacting Pastor Blank and see if he will expose this fake. Yet he keeps coming to my state in Indiana because he wants to meet up. He will draw me back in and we start talking again. Not to mention his other girlfriend showed up in Tennessee too, which is why all the craziness started. Her name is, say it, ladies and gentlemen, say it loud. What's her name? What? Huh? Who? What? Tabitha. I mean, maybe we got to twinkle our nose and make her appear. I don't know. He, that is Marcus, got her husband arrested, sent the military police her way. Now he's in jail fighting a case because of him. Allegedly. Allegedly. This here, look whose page this is. Are y'all all right? Y'all good? You want me to zoom it in? Zoom, 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 zoom. I like to fly. No, Marcus may want to fly away. You see that name at the top? Marcus, you said you didn't know this lady. That's what you said, Marcus. You said you leaned into the camera and said, "Who?" Yeah, I don't know her. I don't know what she's talking about. Well, not once, not twice, but thrice. You circle allegedly. Marcus Rogers likes your comment. Marcus Rogers likes your comment. Marcus Rogers likes your comment. Whose comment you like? Tabitha McKinney. Who's Tabitha McKinney? We already know what Tabitha McKinney is, because Tabitha McKinney is the woman that you said, or that was alleged that the husband looking for you for, or ex-husband. It's kind of confusing right now, but anyway. Yeah, he talking about trying to see you, but now he can't see nobody because he's in jail because of you. But anyway, I mean, Marcus, you're causing a lot of trouble, sir. It's not me. I'm just trying to stop you. Actually, you should be thanking me, Marcus, for trying to save your life. Trying to stop you before somebody does stop you, and it don't end well. Allegedly, in my opinion. Whatever. This is a text message. You see the tats across the torso? Now, Ricky Gantz said on G220 radio, who basically said that, I didn't have any evidence that anybody can put Marcus Rogers up here. Okay. Yeah. And anybody can put Marcus Rogers up there and it be Marcus Rogers too. And see, my thing is, I'm not trying to give the devil any leeway. I'm just dealing with the information. And since we're talking about the preponderance of evidence, could it be possible that this is Marcus Rogers based on the pattern of behavior, the pattern of communication. I mean, bottom line, it's not a good look either way that all these women are making these claims from one man, for one man. The Bible says in 1 Timothy 3 that he must have a good reputation with outsiders. We're gonna talk about that later on. Not tonight. We're gonna do that on another live. We're gonna talk about his military, career. That's what we're gonna do, but not tonight. Right now we're just dealing with the fact that these women. I got these receipts, and I'm halfway there, y'all. I'm at slide 159 of 381. And since my sister April said that she ain't got nowhere to go, that's good. I hope nobody else ain't got nowhere to go because it gets gooder. It gets gooder. I know that ain't a word, but it is tonight. It gets gooder. It's 9 o'clock. I've been on this live for how long? 3 hours. All right. Let's continue then. Notice. I mean, you see what it says. I don't have to exegete that. Notice what it says. I love you more. Will you be the mother of my kids? Didn't somebody else say that a minute ago? Didn't somebody else say that a slide or a whole woman ago? Somebody else said that. A whole woman ago was proposed allegedly to have Marcus's baby. That's not his wife. Allegedly, based on the message. Mm-hmm. This is from the ex, one of the exes. Quote, had convo with my ex today, and to my surprise, he admits he likes Cardi B. Moral of the story, do you, sir? Look, people will shame the very thing in you they entertain within themselves. Spent a whole 5 years killing a side of myself that was very much alive in them. Literally was told my natural hair was ugly, that I was never attractive enough, saved enough, or ladylike enough to begin with. But you, bro, is a Barty fan. The irony. Do you, sir? I'm trying to say it how she feel it. He went on to tell me how his favorite part is when she says, quote, F him, and then I get some money, end quote. I literally couldn't even, y'all, the hypocrisy, end of quote. Now, this is alleged, but this is what the ex-wife said that the ex-husband, who's Marcus, said. Marcus, all I wanted to do was have a conversation with you, bro. It didn't have to get to this point. But actually, no, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it did, because God ordained it. Yep. He didn't want us just talking about your unsound doctrine, because we knew that was trash. He wanted us to connect the dots and show the world that your lifestyle is trash too. This is why Paul says in 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 16, he says, watch your life and your doctrine. In other words, Marcus, you claim to be a pastor. God says that your lifestyle and what comes out of your lips when you claim to preach, which I ain't never heard you preach nothing because you don't come out in the Bible. You just come out anyway. But the Bible says, watch your life and doctrine closely. Pay attention to it. Give heed to it. Make sure those things are congruent. Make sure those things are even. Make sure those things are consistent. He says, persevere in those things. That means you need to stay at it. Just because you have a good day today don't mean it's guaranteed tomorrow. We're to stay at our life and our doctrine. What we preach and how we practice it. And so far, if I were to poll the audience, let me just ask a question. Do I have receipts now, ladies and gentlemen? Do I have receipts now? Yes or no? Do I have receipts? Yes or no? Can I get a yes or no? If I don't have receipts, just tell me. What is it that you're saying that's not true? Are you saying that these women are lying now, allegedly? Are you saying that these women are not telling the truth? Are you telling these witnesses, these women that have babies by him, allegedly? Do I have receipts now? Those of you who said that last week's live was a mess. No, it actually proved some stuff. Here's what it proved. And I should have said this at the beginning, but I'm going to say it now. God allowed last week's live to go down the way that it did. Here's the reason why. Because those of you who are fake, those of you who are fair weather friends, those of you who are ride-alongs, you have been exposed as the frauds. What do I mean by that? I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. Because y'all counted your boy out as though I didn't have anything. And see, some of you thought that I should have not done this. Some of you thought that I should have just basically, just left this alone. That this is not something that's going to be good for me. Why? If I'm doing God's word and I'm doing His will, I don't care. I don't care. He says, if I suffer for doing what's right, I'm blessed. But see, I'm not going to suffer for. Listen, I don't want to suffer for being a coward. No, sir. No, ma'am. So people can not like me and unsubscribe from me and hate on me. I don't care nothing about that. I care about the truth. I care wherever the truth is, wherever the truth goes, that's where I want to follow. Period. God says, sanctify them in the truth. Jesus Christ, Son of God, second person of the Trinity. He says, sanctify them in the truth. That word is truth. That's what I want to be. I want to be in the truth game. I want to be in the truth clique. So God allowed last week to happen to show me people who ain't really real. So God allowed the tree to start shaking so the fake ones can fall off and the real ones will stay hanging on to me. That's what happened. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I was getting ready to mention some names of those of you who fell off, but I'm going to give you a week. I'm going to give you a week. I'm going to give you a week. I'm going to give you a week to make right those memes you put up. I'm going to give you a week to make right those videos you put up. I'm going to give you a week to make right those posts you put up and them private conversations that you put up. I'm going to give you a week. I'm going to give you 7 whole days. I'm going to give you a week. 7 days. And then I'm coming for you. And I'm not coming to be violent. I'm going to come for you like I come for anybody else. We're going to cam up. And that same energy that you brought, trying to expose me, trying to clown me, trying to act as though what I'm doing is divisive, that what I'm doing is not gospel-centered. What I'm doing right now is very much gospel-centered because I'm protecting people who are a part of the church, and I'm defending and protecting the gospel from a false one. But anyway, God allowed that whole week of those of you who were hating it and talking and dissing me and clowning. And see, I'm not even angry. I'm not angry. I'm not upset. I'm not hurt. This has been a part of my life since day one. Ask my wife. This is what I do. And I deal with fake people all the time. The same ones that I help build their platform and build their channel that God used me to do, that God used me to help build and pull up their channel. These are some of the same ones that basically they claimed that they was rocking with me, but threw rocks at me. It's all good though, because it comes with the territory. I'm not gonna change who I am though. I'm not. I still love you, but I'm gonna love you enough to tell you the truth. I'm gonna love you enough to rebuke you come next week. And I got the names, and I'm gonna go in successive order. But that's why God did not allow me to do the receipts first. He wanted me to do the witness first. He wanted me to bring people out first because he wanted to show me how church folk act when things don't go their way. Yep. That's what he did. That's what he did. And you know what? Thank you, Lord, because his ways are so perfect. And I appreciate those who had, you know, gave me advice and said that, hey, you know, I would have done it this way, I would have done it that way. I got you. I understand. You know, sometimes we can have different ways of you know, of doing things, and that's okay. But God allowed me to bring these women on to expose the church. That's what he did. And I told some of y'all to wait. I did. I even text some of you and told you, hold up, pull back, pause on that. Don't do it. And what y'all do? Hey, it's your channel though. Do what you want. Do what you want. It's okay. It's okay. You got 7 days. 7 days. There's Tabitha again. We all know her. Hey, Tabitha. Need to find out where she's at though. Man. Marcus Rogers, he said his, you know, people y'all saying that this is fake. Well, wait a minute. It could be. But here's the thing. Even if it is, we know that his accounts are not protected. So that don't mean anything, right? The Bible says that we are to avoid the appearance of evil. So if there's evil that has any vicinity of my name being attached to it, I need to avoid it. I need to clear that up. Okay, that's what a person with integrity does, Marcus. Just saying. This is another one. This is another conversation with another woman. It's talking about, this is in 2017. So notice this pattern now. We had 2019, 2018, 2017. I mean, and then now when you read the preponderance of evidence report on the apostasy files, you see that this thing's been going on until what we are almost today. At least at 21. Just look at his posts. Look at what he says. Look at how he moves. Look at follow the money. Follow the money. How do you afford a $775,000 house and you got less than honorably discharged? You got knocked down from E6 to E5 and you don't have all your benefits. And him putting up his VA loan as though that proves that you bought the house. No. That the VA loan, I got a VA loan. My house is VA guaranteed. They don't give me the money. They just say if we default, the government gets it, but the government won't get their money back. You can believe that. That's all that meant. But see, when you don't know that, people like Marcus will scam you. So anyway, he says, girl ain't no telling. They said, girl ain't no telling. Just seen a post the other day about a girl he's been blanking in Chicago talking about, I miss you, baby, when you coming home. Today, I see another chick talking about when you going to send me that friend request, boo. And it goes on and on. So many women, ain't no telling who his new wife is. A woman inboxed me on the Instagram page about him saying that he asked her to be his wife too. Look at this. I'm just reading. All I'm doing is reading. That's all I'm doing. The question was asked, how did you meet Marcus Rogers? Has Marcus Rogers ever asked you for money? Has Marcus Rogers ever asked you for nudes or sex? The answer, this woman says, yes, all that. You know that. And the woman does not want to be on the live. This is one of the witnesses that was connecting me to reach out to these people. There's Tabitha again. Man, Tabitha is ubiquitous, boy. Jeez. There's a text message, allegedly. Make it blow up for you a little bit. That way you can see it. This is the ex-wife. And this was in the context of Carissa. meeting him at the church to confront him because she was invited. She was invited. You heard the voice. You heard the voice recording of the phone call. So she was invited because she also was invited to go to these speaking engagements. He just doesn't think that these women are going to drive out their way to do it, but oh, they did. I already read this one before. This is from the ex. Notice what the ex says right there. I read it again. She gets a restraining order. She says he's a fraud. And this is what the ex-wives are saying. This is not some random chick. This is the ex-wife. This is somebody that has his children and was married to him. So they know how he operates. Remember here, the former wife, one of the former wives said he won't tell people that he cheated with the private and took her to the ball and gave me chlamydia. He's a scam artist. This is what these women are saying about this man. Is it possible that they may know more about this man's life than those of you who follow him and give him your money and think that he's from God? Is it possible? Just saying. Allegedly. She says they will no doubt sue him. He's so focused on himself. Yes, his defamation and outright slander told him why take to social media with something like this. This is why we reached out to you and not CPS because they would investigate both of you and you don't need that. She says he has serious mental issues. And then he asks, why was he discharged 7 months ago and not leaving the army until the 18th of this month? She says mental illness runs in his family. I don't know what really happened. I just know he was begging to get out because he said God told him to. Did you report his physical abuse against you at Fort Campbell? Notice, did you report your his physical abuse of you or against you at Fort Campbell? She says, I did. They gave me money to leave. Family advocates. Now notice what it says here on the right at the bottom, the blue. That's disgusting. I noticed you left right after that woman showed up at the church he was preaching at. I wonder what church that is. I wonder what church that is, y'all. What church y'all think it is, allegedly, in your opinion? Whatever. Since the one that, is it the same one that Marcus was talking about in the video? Don't know, huh? I think we do, allegedly. Notice what she says. Yes. The question was asked. Notice. The question was asked. I noticed you left right after that woman showed up at the church he was preaching at. Yeah. She had too many details. There you go, right there, Ricky Gantz. That's the context of the question. And that's the context of the answer, sir. Yes, she left right after that woman showed up at the church she was preaching at. Why? Because she had too many details. I knew she wasn't off. I think he took money from her. I meant they helped me leave. Talking about the family advocates. We had to meet in secret because of his abuse. He at one point found my bag to leave him and kidnapped my daughter for almost a week. He took her to a motel at first. Then he housed with blank when money got low. He knew I wouldn't leave her behind and just take our son. He is literally not a good person. But notice what this ex-wife said about Carissa. I'm just doing, because in the video, Carissa said, who else was there? Well, we know Tabitha was there. We've seen it in the text messages. Tabitha was there. Carissa was there. And the ex-wife was there. The ex-wife said, I had to get the Hades out of here because she was telling too much. She was telling too much truth, as Marcus says, truth. She says, wow, I knew it. Yeah, he keeps Blank close to him because they share what happened at that creek, and Marcus uses him because he's not that bright. Yeah, he told me. He would say that he was like his mentor, but I met him and I knew right away that he didn't know any better. Marcus has done so much dirt that I'm not even surprised. This is what, make sure you see this. This is what somebody who has shared a life with you has said. It has to give some sense of credibility somehow. I mean, everybody can't be lying on Marcus. Marcus can't be the one telling all the truth and everybody else is lying on him, right? Can't be. Every time Marcus says, God told me, I want to throw up. It's not God, but his vain, deranged mind. Exactly. It just turned me off completely. I believe in God, but I don't believe in religion anymore. It's just a tool. He probably needs medicine. He has paranoia. Notice that's why his mom is off too. She raised him, and God bless her heart. But because I don't blame her, but I believe their dad made her like that. And that's why all 4 of the kids are off now. All of Marcus's siblings have mental issues. And this entire time, I did not know he had one. She shares her appreciation, expresses her appreciation to the individual here. She says, I'm so glad you did. Thank God, because I would have never known he does things like this. He doesn't even care about the damage, the emotional damage he has done. And emotioning that the judge makes him have a mental eval before he can have visitation again. What's sad is that no one in his circle thinks he has an issue. Keep speaking up. My son talked to me about it, and he said he thought it was rid of his dad, and he's only 4, and that's his thoughts. And this was earlier about the exploitation. He's exploiting and using his kids for his own advantage, which is a form of abuse, allegedly. So we know here at the bottom here, he wasn't going to tell me, just like he didn't tell me about the girl that he visited in Indiana. Well, we know that Carissa lived in Indiana at the time when all this was going on. Look at the top of the right hand. I want you to see this again. This needs to be in everybody's mind. It says, you know, he was separated under chapter 14 for multiple, not just one, multiple acts of misconduct, and received a less than honorable discharge. That multiple acts of misconduct is also spouse abuse. That's also in the category of beating his wife, breaking her nose with the knee, putting her through a wall as well in front of his children. And notice, she said, he wasn't going to tell me, just like he didn't tell me about the girl he visited in Indiana, because he didn't tell her about how the hearing had went. And there is a video. I'll show that later on another live of him trying to cover up the charges and what actually happened. But I have the copy of the court martial and his discharge papers. I have a copy of it, and I'm going to read it again in the near future. Yeah, he needs to believe me he needs me to believe I'm to blame for all the crap in his life he causes. I'm saving up and I'm leaving the state when I can. And so he said my family helps as much as they can, but it's not a lot of help, and it's sometimes draining because he does bare minimum. Let him tell it he's basically just, Bill Cosby. Maybe that's the wrong term. Maybe he act like he's Ward Cleaver. Let him tell it. Notice, I remember when he tried to tell me that Sam Nichols and Monica tried to have sex with him, he would always say that women in a higher position were always trying to sleep with him. He told me that people would tell him, "Why are you with her? You can do much better." And I always thought that if they were so comfortable to tell him that to his face, that only meant that they didn't respect him. My family at one point wanted nothing to do with me. And this individual says, please, you're way above his pay grade. And I would probably say amen to that. The entire first year at Fort Campbell, they refused to talk to me. I lost so much being with him. What adult man in his 30s take that many selfies, but someone insecure? Oh my gosh, yes, my family always warned me. In all his pics, he's either looking sad, worried, or angry. I once asked him why he does that, and he said it makes people respect him. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Narcissism 101. She says, "Yeah, I'm in a much better place. I pulled myself up, and now I'm glad to finally have it confirmed that he truly is a narcissist." I want this to sit right here, because I don't want y'all thinking that those other two ladies that were talking about the FBI and Africa and Nigeria, that was all made up, and that I don't have receipts. He said, I needed to stay home with the kids, but we were living paycheck to paycheck. No wonder you were told to leave. They just now caught up with him and making him pay me child support. He was conning money as far as Africa. The FBI had reports from him scamming money from women everywhere. Let's take a drink. Y'all got a drink? Come on, let's take a drink. Who lying? Who's lying? I want to know. Allegedly, in my opinion, whatever. Who's lying? This individual right there. Look. I'm gonna let that sit right there. I see. That's we got 181 more slides to go. I'm at 200 right now. We got 181 more to go. Y'all still thinking that these people are being catfished? But they know who the fish is? Know him by name? Yeah, Marcus is allegedly the catfish. But it ain't what y'all are claiming. I mean, y'all just like y'all giving him the benefit of the doubt and calling the victims and the women, they're the ones with the problem. The FBI got involved. Hello. Allegedly. But other witnesses have said it just on this live that I've read to you. He was conning money as far as Africa. The FBI had reports from him scamming money from women everywhere. Look. Wow, I had no idea, the ex-wife says. No wonder he had to make me feel bad and low so I would never look up and see his crap, but I did. It was always something in me saying, all of these women can't be lying. Nicole Smith can't be lying. Carissa Rose can't be lying. They make up and represent. Yes, they're responsible for their actions. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. but so is he. You need to ask him that, Jerron. Why don't you ask Marcus why he's not in jail yet, allegedly? Ask him. Could it be God's mercy? Could it be that God is trying to get his attention before it's too late? I mean, people have already warned him. I talked to somebody just this week, and if I were to mention the name, y'all would know who I'm talking about. But just this week, her and her friend told me that they approached this dude and warned him of how he was moving about a year or so ago. And they warned him and said, dude, bruh, if you don't stop, if you don't give attention to this, things may go bad for you. I'm just saying. The Bible says in Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 11, because the sentence against an evil deed is not executed speedily, therefore the hearts of the sons of men are fully set to do evil. Just because we think we're getting by does not mean that God says we're going to get away. I'm just saying. Let me continue. She said it was always something in me saying that all these women can't be lying. I remember when he had a girlfriend named Shelby. Wait till y'all see who Shelby is. There's nothing wrong with her. I'm just want you to see her. Whom he was still contacting while we were at Fort Campbell, and I begged her to run as far. She was young like the new girl. How crazy is that? The wife warning the mistress. I guess I took my own advice. I want to see the evidence they had from the girl in Indiana you were talking about. Sorry for the typos, typing and mommying. I had a lot of that on my old PC regarding blank and blank. I would try to retrieve some of it that she had photos and screenshots. She would even say what Marcus was going to post before he posted it on Facebook. I'm so in shock right now. This is crazy. You said he's not what he pretends. He is, in my opinion, he's a classical sociopath. How many soldiers from his unit would come to our quarters, or did you ever meet? Says I met 2, so forth. Here's another one. I remember when he shared some of my personal business with his ex-wife, and she messaged me and it told me that he does this stuff because he knows I'm ignorant of how the Army works. I didn't listen to her. I was in my woman's shelter. Then from that time, he put his knee in the bridge of my nose, causing a fracture. She too tried to warn me, but I was so weak then and listened to him instead. It appears as though you were trying to do the right thing, as many young women would do, especially when you have little live you're protecting, and knowing the military would see he kept you from knowing it. He then in turn told me all of her personal business, and I should have never trusted him. I'm only as open of a book now because he did this to my daughter. Now the gloves are off and I don't care, especially when he is sitting there, no doubt, coaching her before and or during the video. So notice again, this is some of this stuff is a repeat. Yeah, Ecclesiastes 8:11. This is all right. Almost. No. Okay. This has already been discussed in our other post, so that's why I'm just going through. So yeah, this is stuff we already covered. So just gonna knock this stuff out here. Let's go down. Get to stuff here. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I think we are. All right. So now, okay. Let me make sure I got all my. Here we go. Okay, so this is my conversation. This is my conversation with one of the baby mamas. Okay. Marcus, you said I didn't talk to your baby mamas. Well, this is the conversation that I had with her. One of them. And this is very recent. I redacted the name, but I want to make sure that you see it. 12:22 p.m. Sunday, January 23rd. I was trying to reach out to her prior to Sunday and finally was able to get in contact with her. I said, hello, is this blank? She said, yes, who is this? I said, my name is SaikoWoods. She said, okay, Carissa mentioned your name briefly. How are you? Finding yourself? And the reason why I left Carissa's name unredacted because number one, she is one of the individuals that has been supporting and helping me expose this man, and this is why it is important for women to come forward and speak out against this man. If you have been affected by this man, if you have been abused, if you have been taken advantage of by this man, then you need to come forward and help hold this man responsible and hold him accountable. The same way an appeal that I made with people who are abused and taken advantage of by G. Craig Lewis a couple years ago. The same appeal applies here. Different wolf, same scenario, same situation, just a little bit worse. I believe Marcus Rogers is worse than G. Craig Lewis. So G. Craig Lewis may just be a step below. Maybe a step below. But so the pleasantries here. Hello, how you find yourself and so forth. I said, I'm well. Thank you. Do you have a moment to talk? She had to work. She's on the phone. Maybe go to the phone rather. I asked her, can you confirm some things regarding Marcus Rogers for me? And she said, my baby asked me not to do the video because she live in Chicago now. So that's why I didn't. So she was going to be one of the ones that was going to come forward, but she decided not to. And I can understand that. I can understand and I can respect that. But I do appreciate that she was willing to have a conversation with me about these things. And so I said, I totally understand your baby as in your child or your man. So I was assuming she was meaning, my baby, meaning her man, asked me not to do that because she, meaning the baby, lives in Chicago now. So that's why she didn't do it. That's how I'm deducing that and interpreting it. So I asked her, well, you and Marcus married? If so, how long? Do you have a child or children by Marcus? If so, how many? What time do you get off? I was asking what would be a good time to, to talk to her. Let me go back and make sure I got it all in here. Okay, yeah. So give me a call. Yeah, so I had asked her here I said, I understand, but we both know it takes a man and a woman to conceive a child. You may have to play the role of mother and father, because she had said, I'm not sure, I may have lost that. You may have to play the role of mother and father, but Marcus should be held responsible to make sure he supports his child, regardless whether or not you are together. I'm aware that he doesn't want to claim your daughter, but it doesn't exempt him for providing for her. And so then I spoke with another individual. And I said, hello. And I said, Carissa mentioned your name in a previous conversation she and I had regarding Marcus Rogers and his alleged sexual and romantic relationships with other women and his scamming practices. Can you confirm that these accusations are true? Your name will be kept in strict confidence. Her answer was yes. Answer was yes. I said, thank you. Do you have any evidence or information that would help further support my investigation? Pics, texts, voicemails, emails? And she says, I'd rather not get into all of that. I've then moved on with my life and try to go backwards, open up old doors. And she said, Carissa's have messages about a conversation about him, but his messages was blocked. No, but his messages was deleted and blocked and everything else. Said, I understand you wanted to move forward, and I can respect that. I'm trying to help those who aren't able to help themselves and to warn other women to stay away from this man. Do you know blank? I have talked to her via text, and she was scheduled to appear on my live, but she declined. She decided to decline out of fear and family concerns. If people aren't willing to speak out, predators like Marcus will continue to hurt others. The lady responds, I'm sure she probably was part of the group of all the women that was in the group that he used in the past. And I said, she said, rather, I ain't even got the energy to be worried or discuss this man. He just not worth the energy at all. He a non-fact to me. I said, I understand. My apologies if I've offended you. She said, nope, not at all. Just I've been over and done with the past. I'm leaving it where it is. To me, it's pointless when it comes to him. I don't care to know nothing about him and just ain't worth my energy or even be talked about in my world. It's like he never existed to me. So you see the mentality of people who have either had encounters with this man. They don't want to be bothered with him. Now, I was going to share the picture of this baby, but I don't think I need to do that. I have the picture right here in the queue, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Although I could, but I'm not. But Marcus, don't push me. Because are you saying that this baby is not yours? Are you saying that you don't claim this baby that I have in my queue? I mean, because I know you're going to see it. I know you're watching this live right now. I know Jose is watching it. I know William is watching. I know y'all are watching this live. And I have the receipts. I told you that. And then some. I haven't even scratched the surface on the thumb drive I got. Just saying. Another individual. Good evening, Mr. Woods. I just saw your message. I met Mr. Rogers years ago, and after he scammed me, I was done and never looked back. I don't want anything to do with him. God will handle it. I was completely shocked to learn he was still on social media preaching, lying to folks, hiding behind his religion or whatever he calls it. I'm sure I wasn't the only victim, and to know that he was a military man, as I am an Air Force veteran. But how did you find out about me as well as dealing with Mr. Rogers? And so I told her, thank you for responding to my message. And I said, you mind we schedule a day and time to talk? She said, no, I don't mind. I can tell you my experience, but unfortunately, I don't have any of my receipts from the money he asked for that I sent over the time I dealt with him. And so she and I talked then that evening. But again, you can look at this article here. This was in 2011. And it's interesting that he never questioned the validity or lack thereof of this post, this Twitter page, because it was discussed on the last live. She says, by the way, I talked to Clarissa until 2 a.m. and I need to clarify something she reminded me of. I said, I do remember. I said, sure. I said, sure, go ahead. She says, I do remember telling her about a check Marcus sent to me for $5,000, saying he came into some money and just wanted to do something nice for me for helping him in the past. It came by FedEx, and I called him about it, telling him I didn't want nothing from him. He just kept saying, do whatever I needed with it. So long story short, this is what went on. This is when I was on my way to Arkansas to visit my family. I was staying with my sister at the time. She knew about him from things she told her, so she said to keep it. And we went to the bank, deposited it, and hit the road. We got back Monday morning, and she got a notification from the bank about the check. We went to the bank, and that's when we were told the check was fraud. I said, do you have receipts or documentation of this? What was the name of the bank? They froze her account, and I gave them the info about him that it had was Chase Bank. Says, is there a way that you can retrieve that information? Whose account was frozen? It was my sister's account, because she confirmed that to me that it was her account. And says, my thing is trapped. And says, I would have to ask her because it's been so long ago, and she moved to Vegas, been there 5 years now. And she said, yes, she could. Now, in the live that Marcus was on, remember, he said that somebody from Vegas was talking about, them being scammed, right? Remember that? Okay. Well, if that's the case, I mean, this lady is in Vegas. Just saying. I find it rather interesting. She says, yes, I would give her time to get up. She's not a morning person, and it's 2 hours behind my time here in Texas. Oh, she says also, when Marcus was saying Carissa was stalking him when she showed up at his church in Tennessee, he invited her. He just wasn't expecting her to confront him. I know because she told me about it afterwards, and he invited me to come to several events, like I mentioned to you when he was in Houston, but I never went. I said, would you be willing to restate these things in a pre-recorded interview? She said, yes, hopefully I will be able to work my phone properly, LOL, and do this by Zoom and so forth. So here's another one. We're almost done. You may not know this lady, but you will now. This is Tiffany Eileen. This is the sister of Marcus's, I believe, first wife. And the reason why I'm saying her name, because this is made public here. This is, I mean, they put this out here. Let me go down to where she introduces herself right here. She says, hi, I'm the sister of Marcus Rogers' first wife. I'm glad you see him for the charlatan he is. I believe he is mentally ill, and I'm not just saying that. She says, he is terrible. This was Elizabeth says, you're Janine's sister? I mean, Aaron, sorry. She says, yes, I am Aaron's sister. You know her? She says, no, I've seen him post about her way back. I showed this to a few people, cropped your name, and they said it was fake. They also said that she cheated on him. She said, LOL, he actually cheated on her. And let's find it. Let's find it. Is it up here? I'm just gonna go to the top then. So you see this is the relationship this is her sister. She was married to Marcus. Her sister was married to Marcus. So I start here. Well, Aaron says that's not true, and that's either way. It is silly to believe one side of a story. Wise people don't do that. Just because she is your sister does not mean everything she said is true. Me and Aaron are in a good place right now, so either way, I could care less. Just wanted to let you know the fake profile person you are talking to is posting all your convos on my page. I'm going to keep doing what God says regardless and keep succeeding and growing regardless. Nothing you say affects me or stops the move of God in my life. Those are all the 3 messages he sent me. I think he sent one more, but I blocked him. What a lunatic. And if she says it again there, she says, here are the messages he sent me. No worries. I'm about to send you the message he sent. Somebody is posting your private conversation. Just wanted to say that even though you talk bad about me and you don't know anything, excuse me, about me, because we have never really got to talk. God bless you. There's one thing he wrote, and here's another coming. And she says that there. So notice conversation there. She said no one is going to believe it anyway. He has a cult following. All he is going to say is that was my past, and I'm a changed man in Christ. LOL. The way he divorced Aaron was by going to a county in Virginia that they never lived in and saying he didn't know where she was. Elizabeth Warren says, well, I respect your choices, but I do think it's messed up that he is deceiving so many people and mostly women. Look at this. They said, I can't stand two-timing men, the third line. He's disgusting, and I saw right through him. I'm so done with this lying, fraudulent, trifling, adulterous, blasphemous man. Poor Shelby. Women, before you date a man, make sure he's not still married to someone else. What a liar. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, I will post screenshots, and you can go to Shelby Lay's page and Marcus' Instagram. And if he deletes the post off of Instagram, I have the screenshots. By the way, Marcus, I have over 5 Facebook accounts. So if you block me, you thought I'm going to be back when you least expect it and under a different name. And here's just his image there with the hard hat, his wife Jasmine's comment. Then she lies about me saying that I blocked him. I didn't block him. He blocked. And you see our conversation right here. The white being his, blue being mine. Briefly. YouTube conversation. These are just apologies there. So I'll scroll down. Marcus Rogers lied, saying a VA loan bought his house, which is true. It didn't. Absolutely didn't. He still calls me from random numbers. I block him off, and it's extremely annoying, but true. He started killing me in the army years ago. He even admitted to sleeping with men in the army as well. By the way, you remember that conversation that was in the first live as well. Allegedly. He actually admitted, but claimed he was doing it to the men, not the men doing it to him. You know what I mean? And the reason why, again, Clarissa's name is unredacted because she mentioned this publicly on the live. The cash cards and the dark cards at the bottom. Notice he cons both men and women. Even his ex-wife can tell you that. We already had that established. And I think that may be it for now. And again, yeah, that picture there, 2012. 2012. This is another post. This is one that he and I had the conversation on, that I had posted the audio recording on my YouTube channel. You see, that's his page there. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, he said that he tried to flag this a couple days ago, maybe a day or two ago, that this account has been hacked, but it has over 11,000 followers on it. And now all of a sudden you're saying that the account is fake. Okay. All right. But notice his post is unavailable. As people have been saying, he deletes his comments afterwards. You see his sidekick, the eunuch, up there at the top. And that's it. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you still follow this man, and that's just the beginning, we're going to I'll pick up on it next time. We'll deal with we'll deal with more preponderance of evidence later. But yeah. $4 hours, a 4-hour live. 4-hour live. Now what? Now what? Why are you mad at me? This. Apparently, Apparently, God is saying somebody's time is up. And people need to be ready for this. I close with this question. Okay? I close with this question. I'm going to pick up on this next time, Lord willing. No, sir. Mr. or Mrs. LA, you're supposed to expose their false doctrines. You're supposed to, and unless you're saying that I'm not supposed to expose this, you're supposed to do both. You're supposed to do both. Oh, who's the guy with the dreads? His name is William. He's the one that wanted, he's the one been talking about he want me to unblock his account. Not unblocking your account. The fact that you're talking to me on the account that you're on, you need to just move around. Mr. LA, it's obvious that you don't know doctrine. And I just pray to God, open your eyes to understand that what I'm doing is totally in line with Scripture. Totally in line with Scripture. Yes, Vigilant. Yes, Vigilant. Absolutely. He bought him a car for Christmas. So you think there's some loyalty there? I ain't gonna say nothing else. Allegedly. I'm not gonna say nothing else. Amen, Christina. Amen. No receipts of proof would be enough for folks who don't want the truth. And listen, we should know that to be true when it came with G. Craig Lewis, right? Those who want the truth will find it. Those who want the truth will find it. Those who are looking for God, and I'm not talking about in salvation. I'm just saying that you're tired of being deceived. Then ask God to open your eyes. Why get mad? Paul says, have I become your enemy because I tell you the truth? Why y'all getting mad at me? I'm just sharing the information that was given to me by these women that experienced what they experienced. Do they not have a right to be heard? Do they not have a right to be heard? But here's my question. For those of you who feel that I'm wrong for constantly exposing him, let me ask you a question. Those of you who are in the chat, I'm going to close it with this by God's grace. I'm going to close it with this. Okay? I'm going to close it with this. Thank you, Brandon. Praise God. Exactly, Simon Peter. Exactly. Comments are going kind of fast up here. Those of you who are in this chat, I want to just close out with this question. Are y'all ready? And this is a serious question, and I'm coming from a biblical basis. Let me read it. How many of you have an alarm in your house? How many? How many of you have an alarm system in your house? How many of you have a car alarm on your car? How many of you have an alarm system in your house? Let me see your hand. Let me see a one, and we'll close it out with this. How many? Does anybody have an alarm? You do? Praise God. Praise God. And these are who I do it for. I do it for the Lady Heavies and others. Okay, thank you. So here's the question. And we're going to close. We've already been on this live for 4 hours. How often or how frequent do you want your alarm to go off in your house when there is an intruder breaching your dwelling? How often do you want it to go off? You want it to go off once a week? You want it to go off once a month? You want it to go off every other day? Or do you want that alarm to go off any and every time there is a breach, there is an intruder that is coming into your dwelling, into your residence? Do you want that house to be protected, your loved ones, your belongings to be protected from invaders and intruders? Okay. Makes sense, doesn't it? So the same amount of time you want the reliability of that alarm, that piece of machinery or mechanism to go off, the same should be for those of us like myself who are watchmen. When we see false doctrine, when we see sin, when we see abuse of any kind, when we see wickedness of any kind breach the doorhouse and the doorway of God, we should be sounding the alarm every single time until the threat has been neutralized or until the threat is gone. That's how long. Where do I get that from? Not a problem. Ephesians 5:11. Have nothing to do with the unfruitful deeds of darkness, but expose them. How long? Until they're gone. Period. You want me to stop doing what God has called me to do? No, you don't stop doing what you're called to do. Stopping me from doing what God has called me to do is like stopping me from being a man. It's like stopping me from breathing. I can't do both. I can't. I can't do either. I must be obedient to God's word no matter what. Isaiah chapter 62, verse 6, and I'm done. On your walls, O Jerusalem, I have appointed watchmen all day and all night. They will never keep silent. You who remind the Lord, take no rest for yourselves. I'm done. Thank you all for your time. I love you all. And even those who don't love me, doesn't matter. I love you. And it's because of my love for God is why I do what I do. And those of you who have a problem with me doing a live about a man that's a threat to the kingdom of God, that's not a Christian, that is not a believer, but he's a charlatan, he is an abuser, he is a scam artist, he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, he is an unrepentant adulterer, he is a manipulator. If you are offended because of what I'm doing, then check and examine yourself to see if you are in the faith. And then get back to me with an open Bible and let's talk. Listen to me. If you really want to have a conversation with me about what I just said, SaikoWoods at yahoo.com. That is SAIKO Woods with an S at yahoo.com. If you want to bring issues, bring book, chapter, and verse. And I'll bring you on my live, just like I did for those who were supporters of G. Craig Lewis. I didn't have too many takers, but I'll take you on because I have the sword. And all I need is the 66. So, yours to accept and to reject. You all have a great night. I love you all. Have a great evening. Prepare yourself for the Lord's Day. And y'all know the drill. Whatever you do, do all to the glory and honor of God. God bless.